Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, wholesome
Celestial
vibes,
Kitten
never
XX
fake,
followed your channel.
but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love. Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while. Survivor Maine on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile. Looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, Chad, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while. Survivor Maine on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile. Looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic.
Cami Cam followed your channel.
We ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, Chad, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while. Survivor Maine on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile. Looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love. Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while. Survivor Maine on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile. Looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while. Survivor Maine on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile. Looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Good morning, gamers. We're getting ready with stuff behind the scenes. Bear with one more, well, maybe 2 more minutes, or maybe even a little more. But we're gonna get the show on the road. Thank you all for hanging out. We've got the multiple stream up, so if you want to see other people's POV and our friends, you can. I am working on it. Yeah, I'm working on it. Hold on. I have to change browser to do that. Knocking, waiting for a host.
Who let the dogs out?
All right, we've got the guest star
Snacky
set
N
up.
underscore followed your channel.
But just so that everyone's audience can get to know everyone else in this collab, as well as get to know you, of the people that are in the collab, I'm looking for a name you want to go by, your stream name, pronouns, and then anything else you want to say. If you want to say your favorite color, or you want to talk about your stream, or you want to talk about your hobbies or your dog, any of that works. And I am going to go in alphabetical order. So
No.
All right, hi everybody.
Laura
I'm
underscore
Cam.
Schmaura followed
Kim
your
Cam.
channel.
You can call me Cam or Cammy. Pronouns are he, him. I have been playing this game for like 2.5 years. I am a P100 nurse main, P100 artist main. I also have a P100 Sable V, Death Swinger. We're working on Oni. I play equal amounts of Survivor though, but I get tunneled out a lot. Expect that to happen tonight too. So, yeah, that's me.
perfect, thank you. All right, MVP, I'm gonna have you go next.
Thanks, guys. My name is MVP. You can call me M in game. I'm a Survivor main. I have 17 P100s. I love playing Dead by Daylight. I'm from the Netherlands. It's 7 a.m. I got up at 6 to walk the dog because when I'm not playing DBD, you can find me dog sitting, cat sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Pronouns she, her. I've been playing DBD for 4 years. It's nice to meet you all, and I'm super excited to be here.
Sweet, thank you. Em.
Hello
Hi.
from Netherlands.
Yeah, thank you for waking up at this very time.
It was early
this-
for me,
this
but I'm
time.
so happy to be here. I've got my tea. I've had breakfast. It's good. It's good.
Oh, good. Okay. Okay, so Kat, because it's a K in here, you're next.
Oh my god, I'm next. Hi everybody, I'm Kat or Celeste. My channel is Celestial Kitten XX. I am 26 years old and I go by, my pronouns are she, they. I play a lot of DBD. I was actually in Tanis's last 2v8. So this is like the second time around and I'm super excited. I play a lot of DBD, but I can be really, I can really get down on one game and be addicted to it. And right now that's Heartopia. But I love playing Survivor and that's all I play is Survivor. So yeah, that's me.
Perfect, thank you. All right, Laura, I'm gonna hear from you now.
Hello, I'm Laura Shmora. I have she, her pronouns, and I've been playing Dead by Daylight since 2021. Mostly I just play DBD on stream. Sometimes I play other games, but this is my main game. I play both Killer and Survivor, Huntress and Demogorgon on Killer, and Hattie, Steve, or Yoichi on Survivor.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
awesome. Thank you. All right, Snackin', if you could go next, that'd be great.
Yay, I love going next. Hi, I'm Snackin', or just Snacky is fine. He, him. I've been playing DBD for a little under 2 years, and I have 4 P100s, so I'm clearly addicted. I mostly play Survivor. I dabble in Killer. That's about it. And I am getting over being sick, so if I cough, I'm so sorry.
You are a trooper for being here, Snackin'. Thank you. Appreciate that, friend. Snackin' is filling as they actually were in one of the collabs earlier, so we appreciate Snackin' for doing that for us. All right, we're gonna have Hector go next.
Hi, how's it going? My name is Hector. Also, shout out Snackum. They'll be filling in. Do a lot of Dead by Daylight. I just hit 2,500 hours, literally like the other day, and mainly a Dwight Survivor main, but dabble a little bit in Killer. Play a little Trapper. Trapper almost P100 too, which is lit. Play a little Huntress. I mean, just checking out a lot of stuff. And fun fact, 24 years old and also part of the Torchlight Guild.
Oh yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Hector. And Bree, I'm gonna have you go next. Sorry, the butterflies put you last, so.
Okay, I know Zaki was like, "Are you happy to go first?" But I am last. But hello, my name is Bree or Banshee. You can call me either one. Doesn't matter. My pronouns are she, her. I play mostly Fortnite and DBD. I mostly was Fortnite, but I've kind of rotated towards DBD more. I don't know, not a whole lot. I've been streaming since 2023, and I've been playing DBD for like, I guess this is coming up on 2 years. I think, yeah. But yeah, no, I'm happy to be here. Happy to be part of a collab. It's fun. I'm excited.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. The voice that you guys are hearing from beyond is Tanis. I'm the one that's hosting this, but I'm actually not going to be playing with you guys. I'm just here to make sure that you guys were all set up and ready to go. I saw that you
Just
guys
say
were
that
already
you
sending
hate
each
us.
other's stuff to each other. DM me if something or someone blows up. Be nice to your killers, and I hope you guys have a good time.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you so much for setting all
Thank
this up.
you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Of course, guys, no worries. All right, have a good time. Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks, bye.
Bye.
Oh, be sure to take a bathroom break. All right.
Oh,
Don't do a challenge of keeping other people on this. All right. Don't be embarrassed to ask.
Wait, did I have
I'm not here to
Wait.
put that in there. Oh, I don't know. Just like I don't know. In case you're too scared, I guess. Just yeah, you're allotted.
Res Nuber
at
followed
least
your
one.
channel.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Good one, guys. Good luck. Have fun.
I
Is
guess my
anybody-
specialty- Who do we want to join?
Is
Like,
anybody
what's-
east for my
I
ping's
am
sake?
the West Coast.
Oh,
I am east.
Cam is
mostly
east. He's east.
W East Coast homies.
I
Let's
am
go.
fine playing on East. I majorly play East anyways,
Yeah.
just because everyone I play with is East. I will
Yeah.
probably be on 100 pink, but I'm fine
Yeah,
with it.
yeah.
Not a big deal.
Yeah, I'm on West, but I'm happy to play wherever, so it doesn't matter to me.
Did we want to do outfits?
Ooh, like what kind of
Ooh.
outfits?
Yeah, can
We
do.
could, I mean, we could do whatever. I was just asking if you wanted to do outfits or something.
We
Yeah,
could
we
do
could do
that.
themes.
That'd be fun.
Be fun.
Oh yeah,
Cam,
theme.
you were deafened.
Someone
We're
think
doing
of a
outfits.
What happened?
Yeah.
You were
Okay,
deafened.
who am I,
so we're doing
who am I
outfits.
joining?
Yeah, who's
Yeah.
who
I
should we
can
join?
host
I
it.
can.
Hey guys, I totally forgot. Sorry, I'm coming in here to bother you again. What
You're good.
server is everybody on if you're comfortable saying that so we can try and find something in the middle?
We did
just
find someone
talking
in the
about
middle.
that.
I don't think we have
Thank
anyone
you.
Just about
in
it.
the middle. It's either East or
I
West.
realized I forgot to.
Yeah, we're good.
To say that.
Yeah, we were
Yeah,
just
I
trying to
think
figure it out.
MVP is just kind of screwed no matter what. Server
Nah,
it
east is fine. East is fine.
But-
Thanks.
No.
Yeah, I'm fine on
Alright.
East. Not a big deal.
Okay, never mind. Ignore me. Have a good time.
Thank
Alright,
you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Okay, I invited everybody. I think.
Yeah, you can't just fart in my chat.
Oh,
No, I can. Oh,
I have 4
oh, okay.
currently.
I can.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah, can I get it? Can I get an invite?
No.
Oh. Oh.
Okay. All right. Well, it was nice meeting you all. I'll see you all.
Yeah.
Cam, no.
I'll see you when they extend it again.
Oh, of course.
Right.
Next week.
Literally.
When they act like they weren't gonna extend it, even though that was the plan all along.
Right.
Every time, bro.
Every time. I would be surprised if they didn't at this point.
I can't believe I didn't have Cam added. I'm selling.
Let's see.
Yeah, I gotta add a couple people. I think I sent everybody an invite.
I could have
I'm not
sworn
gonna
I
do
already had you added from like last time we played.
6.
Yeah, I don't think I saw a request.
I think I sent one to everyone who put their friend code in the chat, but
Yeah, I sent mine
I'll
late.
take a look.
So what outfit
I
are we
wasn't gonna be able to
thinking?
join and then
Alright,
Go ahead.
what's the vibes?
Oh right, outfits. Should we do like a theme or something?
Oh.
Like change
Yeah,
the
maybe
theme
a
if someone
theme.
suggests?
Someone give us a
Ooh.
theme.
got the grippers out. So they go flat.
grippers?
on the
Oh,
ground.
grippers out.
Rippers out? Oh.
Oh,
Wait, does
gosh.
White
I
have
love
that?
that.
Wait, hold on.
the dogs are out? Okay, hold on.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know who I have who has grippers.
Yeah,
Oh,
none,
my
none
God.
on. Oh,
Wait,
Michaela!
wait.
Yes, I found something.
Okay,
Oh, I
BRB,
think I
gonna
look
look
at
at some
one.
feet.
No. Dwight doesn't have
Oh.
anything.
No, he
Let's
does.
He does? Wait, hold
Yeah,
on.
he has a beach outfit.
Oh, I need a.
some
Oh, yeah,
swim
you're
trunks.
right. Alright, I'm buying it. There you go.
Rippers out. That's a bold theme to start with. I like it.
I know,
Yeah.
we're immediately out there.
The killers might be into it. Who knows?
Yeah, that's true.
I haven't played Sable in so long. This feels weird.
Toxic full TTV lobby bullies.
Okay, it's okay. It's
God.
okay.
All
If we
grippers
get
out.
dodged, if we
I
get
would
dodged,
dodge.
it's
I would
That
fully dodge.
We just-
poor Leon.
We're just blaming the random. We'll be fine.
cool. There you go. Yeah.
The random can be referred to as Tannis the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh, Tannis.
Tannis again.
Oh, Tannis has the spray.
So whenever the random sells, we just say Tannis sold.
Makes sense.
Yes.
You know
Tannis
what?
sold
That
me.
works. We're safe.
Gamers, thanks for hanging out. Let me say hi to everyone. This is early. Imagine you being live when you start work. I
okay.
know.
Oh, okay.
I know.
Okay.
it's-
It's I don't even
I'm
know what's
upset.
happening right now, but I'm so happy. Damn this gem. Hi Canadian Mama, welcome in Loftus. Good to see you.
No,
Hi
we're gonna make sure they get out.
Taze.
I don't care if they're the only one
Dennis, thanks for stopping by.
That's so
Glenny,
funny.
good
Okay,
morning.
bye.
How are
Thank
you?
you.
Oh,
Lake,
cute.
I cannot believe I cannot believe you went to go take second when first was still available. That is so funny. Lake, thank you for the dance. Pretty, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Lake, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Pretty, congratulations on getting first. Who else is here? Wait, you're playing with a random? I thought it was an 8. Yeah, I think maybe someone dropped out and Tennis isn't playing, so we're 7.
As someone who's played a lot of 2v8 with Celeste, I can fully say that she will not die to a Wesker.
What?
Or she will not live to a Wesker.
Leon.
Oh, I was
Oh.
gonna say die.
Apparently I'm
Absolutely
doing
die.
gens this game.
Make up a matchy.
W
Okay.
Oh, wait, what's up?
getting taken off.
Wait, you got
of-
the pink fuzzy too. I love it.
Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, yeah. Gonna snipe in tunnel just cat. Fatal, you can't do that.
That's crazy.
Oh, someone's got the ace.
Well, there is someone from
there's a
Ari here. I
Wesker.
don't know who. Yeah.
Oh, it's Wesker.
I have a spray. It's a
Ah, go
Wesker.
space, go space, go space, go space. So we're gonna miss, Ghosty? Oh, and then a Wesker's on me now?
Oh, hey, what's up?
Hi Lee, welcome in. Good to see you.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
they're both
shit.
here. Okay.
Wait. I got you, Bree.
I'm gonna say.
Oh, never mind.
They're double teaming again at main. An early stream? It is. It's because of the collab, Lee. So I got invited to this 8. I mean, we're seven streamers in a random, interestingly enough. But we're 7 streamers live right now playing 2v8 together. So
Jesse's right behind you.
chaos is real. Love it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll just heal. It's okay.
I'm ready to run.
That's
Look,
me.
look, look!
That's
He's
me.
busy. Blast
Oh,
mine.
Standing there. Oh, we got flashbang.
He and me.
He said no.
Just saw me walk up right behind.
I tried to get his attention. He just said no. No.
Going for save.
Wesker, no.
I hope you're well, Lee. Thanks for stopping by. It is nice. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty awesome. It was a lot of time.
Can you come over here? Or are you good?
Shit, this is right back here.
Yeah, I just don't know. I feel like we were like right in the middle.
Yeah. Also, I don't know where Ghosty is.
Ghosty's on
I don't
Yeah, with us.
No.
Wesker.
That seems crazy.
I Whisker.
Whisker.
Whisker?
Whisker. Stop it.
Alright, I forgot about my ping. I'll be more careful next time.
Nah, it's first game. It doesn't count anyway.
That's
Oh, there you go.
That's true. That's true.
Snacky, I would tunnel you out
Would you?
for that outfit.
You don't like it?
No.
I think it's great. I think I'm gonna
I
cosplay
hate
as
it.
a Twitch phone.
You
Oh.
Oh
should.
my god.
Oh.
Ew. Please don't ever.
That's the rules, Lee. That's how it is. First
Okay,
game is
I saw
always
you at
warm-up
Twitch Con.
game.
I was at the DVD party, but I wasn't really talking to
So
people.
many people there, bro.
Yeah, I just cut some of it. Oh, damn.
Yeah, if you saw a strawberry beret hat, that was me.
Oh, that's cute.
Okay.
Face.
Oh.
Strawberry beanie hat.
Hey,
That's
what's
not
up?
you. Oh my god, Poppy's here.
Hey, boom.
Well, tell your poppy to go away.
No. Go away.
He's not going away.
Well, you go away.
No. I'm dead. No, you did this. No, you did this.
Alright, go. Actually, wait, hold on. I got spray.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, hey,
you go.
Ghosty. What are you
Oh.
doing over here?
Oh, that's awkward. I don't have a flashlight. I'm leaving.
If anyone sees any green tonics, let me know.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah, keep an eye out.
Can I? Oh no, that's not you. Sorry.
Oh, hey, what's Adios.
Hi.
Yeah, Brie, touch me.
I'm touching your thighs, apparently. Oh. I'm stabbing your thighs, apparently.
I have a spray.
Hi, Leon.
Oh, you had the spray.
Yeah, sorry.
I thought we were dancing.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, I liked it. I liked it. It was a good vibe.
Oh, no. Oh, God. I think it might be curtains for me.
Oh, Whiskey just left me.
Oh, shit.
Wait, Laura, where are you?
I'm
They're
coming. I'm
both on
coming. I'm
me.
coming. I'm coming.
What's up? What's up?
Where?
Oh, I missed out.
Okay.
I have
Thank
a
you.
flashlight. I'm gonna see if I can. I have medic. Let me see if I can get you.
Oh, shit. This is
Yeah, they still want you, or someone.
There you go.
Thank you, thank you.
I can.
What's up, y'all?
Poppy wants you.
I don't want Poppy.
I'm gonna go for one hug.
You guys can do the triple heal over there, but I'm here.
Oh yeah. Oh my God, Leon.
Got this one in the corner by main, almost done.
Oh, nice.
Have to go in a second here.
Glenny, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you
Oh
for
yeah,
the
they're
redeem.
both on me. No, no. No, wait.
Can you guys hear
Oh, no.
the Discord alright? Is it too loud? Not loud
What
enough?
gen is it? Is it the one by where you went down?
Tell me.
God. Eee.
Oh,
I don't want to talk about
Thanks, Lee. Thank you.
talk about what?
God.
What happened?
Oh no.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Thank you.
Oh,
Oh god, oh
there's so
god.
much
No!
going on
Oh
over there.
god! Why are they both here?
I think those are the only gens left on that side.
Yeah, towards middle.
R.I.P..
Main.
Okay. They're a little loud.
Wait, Kimmy.
My end. I'll change it
Hold on.
after this game.
Wait, oh, yeah.
I got
Like
you.
in my ear loud.
Oh no, we gotta save
Rain.
Cherry.
I got Cherry. Cherry, run! Cherry! Cherry!
Cherry was trying to kill
Cherry.
me. And the
Cherry,
West I'm telling her now.
No, wait, both of them for Cherry!
Cherry. I got heals for Cherry.
I'm protecting Cherry.
Cherry, run this way.
I'm gonna go back
Cherry,
to
Alright,
Cherry,
there you go.
please. Cherry, please.
They're not going
The
after
corner
Cherry.
gen was really close. It was at 90 when I
Yeah, I'm
got
gonna go.
kicked.
touch
Why
it.
am I trying to open the door?
Oh, it's way more gross.
You're ready to get out of here. It's too much. The
I'm
chaos is
trying to
real.
Open the door.
Cherry, turn
I
around.
found a green. I found a green. If anybody wants it.
Cherry, take that, quick.
Cherry. Cherry,
Cherry,
take
take
it.
it.
Take it.
Cherry.
Cherry. Take it.
Here, get the heal and then take that.
Cherry.
Oh, okay.
Take
Here, yeah, just take that.
Cherry, get
take
that.
it.
I
Cherry,
found
take
a
it.
gen that was like
Cherry.
90.
Cherry, you.
Cherry, please.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, go Cherry.
Be Cherry.
Cherry. Look, they're so cute.
Les goes back on
I
the
love
gen that's
Yeah,
90.
Cherry's so confused. We're not just seeing.
Who did you get P100, Lee? You were
We're both over
struggling?
here. No man.
Oh, did we just like 5
Yeah, I'm
gens or so?
A little
Yeah,
bit,
they're
yeah.
all on the side. My gen's like 75. You taking it? You got blast line?
Oh, nice.
Oh, you got
Picking it
Renato?
again.
I'm so jealous.
Oh, we're all double hooked.
One of these gens are
I'm
going
working on
down.
Renato for Blood Moon in April. I mean, I'm keep saying it's April. I have no
Fine,
evidence
they're both behind me.
for that, but
I'm working on the hill one right now.
No. Oh,
There's a flashlight underneath me.
Goodbye. Au revoir.
no.
C'est la vie. Maybe.
No, I'm upset.
I'm also jealous of my P100 build. This is true. I said this to him.
Oh, no.
Try to
They're
take
over
him.
here, right?
They're both on me again. I'm done.
Alright, we should be able to pop this.
Yeah, we got him.
Hopefully.
Good try, good try.
Amazing.
I'm on the door in mid. Oh, never mind. Whiskey's here.
Oh, Wesker. Okay.
I'm at
Right.
main.
Oh, never mind. He wants
Whiskey's,
to.
yep. Never mind.
Wesker, no.
I want the door to open.
I died in front of a hooked planet,
No, Cherry!
which was just.
Wait,
sad.
where's Cherry at?
Cherry!
Cherry's next to.
No!
We can save
Wait,
him
no,
though. He
Cherry's
has
not-
hooks to
Cherry's not
give.
here.
He has hooks. They have hook to give. Back
Wait,
gate.
Cherry's gonna
please.
spawn over here now, right?
Main
Like,
gate is
where the door's
open. Like main, back of
Yeah.
main.
Oh, looking out for Cherry.
Sorry, Cherry, I tried.
Oh
Cherry's
my
still
god,
right there.
Cherry.
Okay.
This is not the
Cherry.
place to spawn.
No, you died. No, Cam.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll get Cherry.
We're here for you, Cherry. That
Okay,
way.
Cherry.
That way, Cherry,
Go, Cherry.
run.
Let's go,
Cherry,
Cherry.
run.
Here we go.
Straight,
Cherry,
straight,
go,
straight.
Cherry.
We take
Cherry.
hits.
Oh, Cherry.
Wait, where's
Cherry,
somebody
where you
coming?
going?
They've got the
Please.
bar 10. They're okay. They're okay.
Oh.
Cherry.
Yeah.
we can save the random. Let's
Good turn,
go.
yo.
Go. Jeez. W Cherry.
We all have
Uh,
cherry.
No, my friend.
No, my What did all this get out?
I'll never dodge a TTD lobby ever again. Oh, we got those.
I love you all too.
Weirdos.
Widows.
Weirdos.
Weirdos,
No,
that's crazy.
Crazy. No.
Nuh-uh.
Imagine not having friends like that. Could not be me.
Mm.
I'm sorry,
next
guys.
thing?
They're so cute.
Oh,
Aw.
they're so sweet.
Hee. Oh, they're cute.
Aw.
What a cutie pie.
And the Wesker's like weirdos.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm
Oscar's
gonna.
never made a friend in this make.
They don't have their Steam profile. No, I want to do
Oh.
a rep. I wanted to do a plus rep. They're so cute.
Are we keeping the dogs out or?
Ooh.
Always.
Wasn't very lucky for me.
Yeah,
We
we
need
can
to
put them
all
away.
be like Stranger Things.
I mean, I could put
characters.
different dogs out or something. But
Stranger Things character good. Should I get one?
Nancy, Steve, Robin, 11, 6, 7, 6, 7.
6,
7.
Let me see if I can get 11 really fast.
Are we doing Stranger Things? Let's see who I have.
We all have them, yeah. We do like all Stranger Things, and then next round we can do all of our mains, or we could save that for like the final game.
yeah.
Alright, yeah, all I have is 11.
Nobody has any. Nobody wants to hear the.
I didn't
The
buy the
what?
skin.
Wait, what?
His like stupid like guitar string that he does.
Oh, Eddie.
Oh,
Oh, I've got him. If you guys want to hear it, I can.
Yeah.
We don't have an
Yeah,
Eddie yet.
All right.
Mm.
We do not have an Eddie yet. Cam's like,
I'll just be sitting there listening to my music, and it'll be like a song that I love, and then I'll just hear it in the background. Like,
There we go.
Her name is Lana is West.
No.
So you're Eve, is that
chosen
what you're
for
saying?
CTV protection.
they're just like, no, I'm not talking.
They
Yeah, I
refuse
think
to.
they're scared.
They're Sable.
Okay.
Come to us, Reels.
Steel Team TTV.
SEAL Team TTV.
Steel
Team
Team
7.
TV.
Is that our team name?
No.
Steel team.
It's a good team name though. What do you
No,
mean?
it's Seal Team TV, Seal. Or we could just call ourselves like 6-7.
SEAL Team 7.
6-7. Steel team 6-7.
6-7. 6-7.
SEAL Team 6-7.
Oh, that's really funny.
That's good. I like that one.
Write that down.
Right.
Oh, Spirit!
Nurse.
Oh,
Spirit and Nurse! Wait, hold on.
And that's your queen.
Oh my god, it's my queen. I'm getting worried.
I'm kidding.
Spirit?
No, because I just know if I stay behind and get worried by Nurse, Spirit's gonna get me. Nursey! Oh my god, she's got my outfit on. Nursey, wait. No, wait. No, wait. Wait, can I make my Okay, I'm sorry.
In person.
Oh, close. I'll try again.
Oh, she's here. Oh
Oh no!
no! She's Shadow.
Oh no! I thought she left me. Oh my gosh!
Oh, the scream.
Oh no! The screaming. Oh, that would have been perfect. Let's try.
Love Shadow Nurse. It's my go-to.
Shadow Nurse is scary, just like
Yeah,
Shadow
she is.
Wesker is. Like
Yeah.
Shadow Wesker gives me like, he makes my heart rate go up. Like I'm gonna go into cardiac arrest.
Makes your heart rate go up for other reasons.
Shadow, Shadow Oni yesterday was
Oh my gosh.
not great.
Anything else, Nurse?
No, not Liana's.
No,
West.
no.
Leanna's West.
We got it. We got it.
W.
You got it? No.
Give you a steam.
Yep. Nice.
Loaded.
Not our Liana.
Oh my god, they're coming to me for heals? That's so funny. What did I say? Come to me
Shadow
for
Blight to play as,
Okay.
Glenny?
Pick that Gen Spirit?
Oh no, the nurse did not like the save.
Taking a shot.
Okay.
No, we didn't.
I think Shadow anything except Balumba is good, right?
Oh, Jack is all the way repressed.
Oh, Shui.
Someone at Killer Shack being chased. I was, but I'm good now. Okay, I'm coming to.
Mercy. Oh.
Bing.
Thank you.
Oh, hi, Snackin.
I don't think that's me. Then I'm dead.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Then.
Oh, I'm the
whose
other
butt did
11.
I just. Oh. I
was
just screenshot somebody's booty.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It was kind of perfect with the mood and everything.
Should I
Okay.
go down on that pallet? Or
Oh,
not?
yeah, no,
I
I'll
got
go
you.
down. No, I'll go down.
I don't go down.
Okay, I'm going down. I'm going down.
I don't go down. Why'd you go down between them?
I'm going.
Oh no, you guys are down together.
Oh! No! Never leave me in charge of saving anyone ever again, you guys!
No, you did great. Okay. Palette stones are really hard compared to like flashlight saves.
Timing is different in 2v8 for power as well.
Yeah, it's way different.
It's hard.
Oh, they're both on me.
I forgot you guys can 3 heals. And then-
3.
Yeah.
Honestly, W change.
Really good change.
Listen. Yeah, I like that change better than. Better than 2. And like if 3, you just have that one person just like looking around, like not knowing what to do. Protector.
Oh, you juked her. She has no idea that you doubled back.
He's gone. I don't even know how she saw me. She walked past me like 4 times in that bush.
That'd be a bush tech.
W
And
Bush.
then she stopped and she looked for like a solid 2 seconds and then swung. I was like, oh, okay.
She had to make sure.
She's like, am I seeing things?
I love hiding in the bushes in Dead Dog and in this map. They're my favorite. how many killers, like how many times killers have just like walked over me and like not realized the survivors in the bush is so funny.
I love getting this map as Trapper putting traps in only all the bushes.
That's.
Oh my god, no.
Hello.
Oh my god, I was locked in with that spirit. Couldn't touch me.
Oh my god, everybody's here. Hi.
Hello.
Going down.
Are you going sugar? We're going down swing.
Yeah. Is there a green top? I saw 2 in metal. Kind of.
There was one over here, but then I think it got somewhere along the line.
There was near like the building a second ago. Dead.
On your seat.
Yeah, I really like that.
Yana.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, you almost had that.
I know. A little bit late. Oh shoot. Didn't see spirit coming.
Oh. Almost got me there.
Uh-oh.
Hey, I want to turn around. You might want to turn around.
Oh my gosh, yes! Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Hot.
swing?
Oh,
You want a gift? Wait, I have gift for you. Okay, no, I get it. You
okay.
queued up for 30
Wait,
minutes,
no,
I understand.
Kim, Kim.
No, I get it.
Oh, she left me.
I'm gonna do
Yeah,
quick
she wants to
shot.
kick the gen, I think.
Hello, ma'am. Ow, nice.
Oh. Spirit on their way as well.
Oh, that hit.
Chet.
Oh, not facing the wrong way, no.
Oh, the loud scream.
I feel like the new, like the Stranger Things, Dustin and 11 have the loudest screams.
Yeah.
Some of them
I
are
feel like
really
you-
loud.
Ear piercing.
The Rick Grimes scream, I feel like echoes throughout the whole map.
Yes.
Eleven's like normal injured crying though. It's so quiet.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Nice.
Thank you.
She's not happy with me.
Here's, you gotta look at the ball. I will say though, sometimes I get like flashed and didn't know.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Let him
I
know.
got you, Eddie.
Thank you.
Space on me. Goodbye. Oh no.
Oh no.
No.
Your dad can't believe how earlier on he respects the
Okay.
hustle. Nah, we gotta get out there, Glenny. We're meeting new people.
No.
Oh, hello.
It has to be
Goodbye.
done.
Sorry.
Oh.
Oh wait, let's maybe let's go
Everybody
heal.
run.
I can take hits.
Okay.
You guys are over by the
Spirit.
gate that's open.
Yes,
Okay.
that's where the gate
Near
is.
C, no. I gotta go.
Wait. Is Liana okay? Oh, Liana's out.
Yeah, she's out. She's like, get me out of here.
Nice. Two
We'll
for
also
two.
need to take it
Fine.
for.
Oh my god. I'm not gonna be able to get out.
No, we still have pokes to give. No, you get
no, you
teleported
get
right to
upgrade.
us. Come here, come
Wait,
here.
I'll crawl, and if I get hooked, yeah.
Right
I'll
here.
grab the other
Don't
door.
worry about
Or
it.
over here, over here.
I'm not even worried.
I mean,
Oh, hey.
close enough.
Nice. Good TP.
Good guess, good guess. Take it, take it.
They're both back there.
Perfect, perfect. Yeah, they're both at the other door.
They'll never see us.
Magic trick, let's go.
Yay. Yay! Well done.
GG's.
Let's go.
Dahlia, good morning. Welcome in. Gamers, we're going to run a quick ad break. We're going to run it now before we go into the next game. So you don't have to miss anything. We'll be right back. I appreciate your support for the channel. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads.
They were both there. Spirit,
Say you.
Oh, that's
Very nice.
I'll say you.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Spirit said
4,000 point
ew?
game. What the heck?
Nah, they were just saying they don't like the word chokies, I guess.
Oh. I'll be more forward about it next time.
Yeah.
No, L's saying chokies. What if we want to say chokies instead of choke me out? Choke me out sounds worse.
That sounds way worse. Like,
Yeah,
we're
it's gotta be
way worse.
respectful.
Chokies is very demure, you know?
Right? So-
Yeah.
Not very mindful.
No, we're not bringing this back.
Ew, I know you hate that saying.
6-7.
Oh,
6,
God.
7.
Okay, so far we've gotten the random out every time. I like this path we're on.
Did my game freeze completely? Did I lose internet connection? Did my game freeze completely, or is your
Oh.
game's good?
I think my game's good.
You,
I'm not sure
so you
though.
left the party.
Oh yeah, my game is fried. Hold on.
Oh,
I was worried
Do we have
for
another
a
game?
second that it was my internet.
Do we have a theme for our next one? Does everyone have the Stranger Things shirt, like the Hellfire Club, or no?
I have
Ooh,
one for
I see.
someone.
I have one.
I can buy it for Dwight. I think maybe. I might have it already. Actually.
Till 11, Dahlia. I'm on till 11. Which is a 4-hour collab.
We're already up. I'm gonna get some water real quick.
Okay.
Laura, what's with the mini hats?
Oh, I have these hats that are redeems in my channel, and someone just redeemed all the hats.
Okay.
So I do have to stack them for the next game, but it's okay. It won't affect my gameplay at all. Don't even
Explain the
worry.
hats that are on your head right now.
There's an astronaut hat, there's a burger beret, there's a cowboy hat, and then the Scoops Ahoy hat on top.
Nice.
So, thank you.
I love those skips a hole on top. It makes it.
Yes, yeah, it's very good. I have a Sherlock hat in here too, but I haven't figured out where it goes in the stack, so.
What does Sherlock hat look like?
Gotta start the morning with a dance. We
Oh, here, hold on,
do.
I can show you.
Yeah, internet's fine. So I
In
was
the
worried
game.
there for a second,
So
but
it looks
the internet
like
was fine. It was
basically what Yoichi's wearing here. If
my
you can
game
see
was
him, it's kinda
fried.
like this, like,
Oh,
double
okay,
bill
okay.
But we're back
cap.
in. I think we're doing Hellfire shirts or
where the
whatever they're
Sherlock
called
flag.
for the next round.
You put it under your chips.
Internet should be okay. That's good.
I
Yeah.
think it might
I
have
was
to go over the
there was
cowboy
it was a
hat,
little bit laggy
but
at the
under
beginning
the
because
cowboy
there was
hat
so
maybe,
much going on when
but
we were trying to
I'll
like
figure
make
that out another day.
the guest stream work, and I was on the Discord with everyone, and then there was like different settings, so I was like, oh, maybe my PC's gonna be struggling, but it was probably just the game. You're gonna take a small nap and breakfast and come back. See you. See you.
Oh, another TV homie.
Oh, they fit right in. Perfect.
Yeah, imagine.
Couldn't be me.
So cringe.
Gross.
I feel like I should put mine back on.
How's the day going, Lake? What time did you have to start? I know you said early when I said I was going to be on early. Yeah, games is good. We had two games, and both times we got the random out. So we're 7 streamers and 1 random. It's just kind of funny if you ask me.
No, get away from me.
Oh, you were 5:30? Damn. I got up at 6:15 to walk the dog.
Checking Emmy.
No.
Chucky
Let me
Emmy,
too.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you're sucky.
Yeah, it's funny.
Oh, Chucky, what the flip, man?
Did he leave me for you?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he couldn't hit me around that rock.
Oh, 5:30 was start work. Oh, so you got up way earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, he
Okay.
missed too? Nice.
Because you've got a little drive to the office as well.
Down
Damn.
like that. Oh. My guy.
Chucky left me.
Hi, Hex.
Oh,
Good
yeah.
morning. Welcome in. How are you? Hex, I've posted a TikTok for today. It's gonna be a surprise, okay, which one it is. But we had a funny situation. Yeah, I mean, we had several funny situations yesterday. But
These zombies are a little bit.
I
too
ended up
proactive for my taste.
quickly putting one together.
A little too fast.
I tagged
Yeah,
you.
they're
I found your
go-getters.
TikTok
Like,
account
you.
through your
I
Twitch.
actually- maybe I don't. Oh shit! Sorry.
Wait, what do you got name me as? I didn't name you as you.
So that's getting published today at 2 p.m. You good? You just woke
No.
up? Good for you because it's way too early still. Even if you woke up
I'm
now,
gonna
it's
say Jack and
early.
Diane.
I'm good. I really would look at it today. Yeah, I've tagged you. I've tagged you. It's at 2 p.m.
Like
today.
this thing I call, one of them Carl.
No.
You know what? Carl fits
The other one I normally just call it Bill.
Oh. Wow, Nemi just took that zombie right out.
Yeah.
I call them Bartholomew and Karen.
Oh, Karen's good. Yeah.
Let me coming.
It's only 8 a.m. If I wasn't streaming or walking the dog, I would not be up at 8 a.m. on a Tuesday. That's all I have to say. Speaking of TikTok, I need to be active. I was looking at the
No, it's gonna get us. Run.
at your profile and I was like, oh, I thought you were actively posting there.
Just think.
Great, go find me a cave stone.
You stream enough to have content on there. That could be good. You need to look into that.
Yeah, look, I told you.
Yeah.
Who let the dogs out?
100%.
Nish 9876 followed your channel.
I should have dropped that. I forgot about ping. Mish, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Everyone, thank you guys for the follows earlier as well. Sorry, there was so much going on, but I really, really appreciate your support for the channel. And welcome in, everyone. Thanks for hanging out today.
Stop.
On this exciting 7 stack for 2v8 with a random. On this here early morning in the Netherlands.
Who's by
For me.
Fountain? By Fountain.
I'm Car Park.
I'm gonna go over to Fountain.
Going down the shack.
Yeah. Let's see.
Now.
Stays with you.
Oh, I realized everybody looks different. I'm so sorry. I had to pee and do other things.
No, you just want to be different. It's fine.
Yeah, Char was talking about home ec, and I was like, damn, I wish we had
Oh,
home
what
ec.
about home ec?
It's just that we like wanting like more home, like we wish we had more home ec classes in high school.
Yeah, we didn't have that either. We had like a body shop, like cars.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. There used to be home ec. Also like a wood shop as well.
Yeah. What shop is pretty? I feel like that's pretty common.
Is someone going for cam at main?
I'm getting chased by enemy.
I'm going from mid map as well.
Well, I got blinded.
Isn't it like really late? Yeah, someone was said that it was 1 a.m. for them,
I'm gonna go down by a power.
and we're streaming together for 4 hours, so that's gonna be like a kind of like through the night situation. So that's 2 people that are on east. That it's 2 a.m. for them now. And then people on Central will be 1 a.m. now, and East is midnight. But yeah, these are some midnight gamers.
I'm not gonna go for that save.
Yeah.
Oh my god, why you just spawn next to the gen? Oh, Chucky, what the?
Oh my god, Chucky, you're so quiet.
Chucky, we gotta talk about your anger
I'm on a gen by the statue.
We're healing at Car Park. Mina, good morning. Oh, West Coast is 11 even still? Imagine.
Do we have any gens of progress?
I think statue area, no?
We finished
I
that.
think we finished that, yeah. I'm just turning one on the edge of the map. Opposite shaft.
Appreciate it. I died for that.
Yeah, exactly.
West is 9 hours. Nemi's just whacking those zombies. I have Chucky. Careful, Chucky here.
Oh, there's 2 zombies here.
That's insane.
Oh,
We're not doing
Oh, too bad.
Nothing's happening.
taking enemy to
The random almost saved me, guys.
Yeah, this is
Ah, it's 4 time zones even.
3 zombies.
Yeah, East Coast is 6. I mean, it's too early to be thinking about all the time zones. More or less.
Whoops. Wait. Okay.
New item?
I guess.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. I just got item tech somehow.
Yes, yeah.
Follow me over here. Oh my gosh.
He hit that?
That was insane.
Yo,
He flew like 12 feet in the air.
bro.
Chucky
Only
things.
Whisper Chucky would do that.
Chucky
Like, he'll swing and miss,
things.
but 5
Yeah.
seconds later, like, hits you.
Are you by the unhooks, Laura?
Yeah, I can go get him.
So I think this is.
Oh, Chucky's coming.
I have Nemi at car park.
Oh, now I'm really good. No.
Maybe I can give you enough time to get back up.
So my thing just reset. Be able to get up. Dustin is coming.
That was well played. That was well played. Morning. I might try to make an edit today before the PTB because I do have time from now. Yeah, till 5. I mean, you clipped stuff yesterday, no? Maybe some of it doesn't even like need a lot of editing, and you can just chuck it on there.
No way.
Get those posts going.
I just saw that. No.
So lame.
The random's still alive though.
Wait, random is still alive?
Yes.
Yeah, that's good. Maybe they can get hash.
It was so cool.
That is annoying. Yeah, PTB today at 4, I think your time then, Bonnie. You had a lot of friends throughout the years from yes.
Random
Oh, you
though?
kind of know? Yeah. I mean, I know kind of the time zones, but
Oh my gosh. 3 for 3 on the
I know
random.
East is 6, and most of Central is 7.
Just get out.
Oh, I did not just say.
Don't make the mistake.
No, don't make.
Don't do it.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Alright.
We all go blind.
That was a little too close.
Mm.
They making me nervous.
Yeah, there's a summary from Hex.
Yeah, the blood points.
Yeah,
Survive for this
new
one.
map, new survivor, trickster. There's perks rework. Yeah, aura color
We
changing.
want to just
Yeah,
all do our means.
Sure.
I mean, I have my main on right now.
you're close to me on the highway. Ain't no way. If only you were gaming.
Like fun hairstyles or like fun color in the hair.
Bree, your main is
for
not
that?
cake.
It is right now.
Right now, maybe, but your main's not cake.
This is my main sec.
It has to be Yemen or Laura. What do you mean?
Yeah. But Kate's my next P100, so. Why have a Nea? Nea?
Crazy funky hairstyle.
Nea's
Yeah,
got
either, like-
great hair. Yeah, I've got blue hair on
Yeah,
Megan.
funky hair or like colorful hair. What'd you say?
I am working on P100 Meg Hex. She's P50, I want to say. Did I get her to 50? Yes, we did. When I get to 5 mil, I'm gonna have to put it in Ellen because we're so close to getting our 18th P100. She's P90 now.
Have anything exciting? Yeah, I don't spend too much money on this game, surprisingly. Ew! No, stop. Stop that.
I was seeing
Stop
if
that.
I had anything for him.
No, put that away. Put him away.
Okay, I'm putting my dogs away. Hold on, I'm trying to see.
I'm trying to save this fit, but nothing goes with this hair, y'all. It's just not good.
Whoever's David, yes. No, you're so
Yeah,
right.
that's good.
Maybe this.
That's good.
That's so good. Wait, I don't think I have that. God, I'm upset.
Don't spend money on a David.
Wait, I might actually have to see. How much is that? Hey?
Imagine not spending money
To see
on
it.
David.
Oh God.
You
How
do
much
one
is that
edit you
hair?
started. Oh, homophobic kid dying on her first hook. No one saved her. As I should. Oh shit, that's a heavy topic
It's also
though.
in the shop. I'm like thinking.
But yeah. Imagine.
I see them shards. You got
What do I have on David? Ew.
Yeah, that has no
Do I
place
become
in this
everything that I
game.
eat the most?
P60, yes, Leon and Jill, you mentioned this yesterday.
No.
I think if I play the more and more this 2v8, I might just get them both P100 this 2v8.
Oh God.
Or a little bit after.
Macaulay
Yeah, I
Ed.
mean generally the more you play, right?
crazy.
As much as you play, it gets you
Why do you
there
hate Claudette?
sooner.
Claudette and Meg.
Oh, I hate Mex too. No, you're so right.
Ew.
I don't know though that I don't
I
feel like
should-
I've been getting more points on 2v8 than I've
I
been
have
getting
not
on
yet.
1v4 stacking cakes. I have to be honest.
I'm becoming the thing that Snack hates.
So the theme for this is not funky hairstyles. It's actually just hatred.
You just said nasty to the I'm
Right.
gay when I said
Right, right,
that.
right.
Oh, okay. Still, it has no place in the game. The fact that DVD's one of like the gayest games too? Nah, for real. Alright, Shelter Woods, let's go.
Heck yeah.
Yet to make a save. It's too early to do saves. Okay, V's the random. I was like,
Nemi again.
Nemi?
Nice. You like my outfit?
So popular.
Do you like my outfit?
Mike, we need to play more together. I always have fun. Oh, Hex, that means so much.
Empty, by the way.
I'm having fun gaming with you too.
We
The problem is, right now with the job,
Oh, what's that?
like
No.
Oh, what's
for
that?
the rest of February as well as March,
Wait, you do that so good.
because I have to work technically 2 jobs. Like on paper, it's 48 hours a week. I don't have to work. Obviously, I don't work 48 hours a week. I don't even work 40 hours a week.
It's just something enough.
Oh my god, his stupid
But I
ass
have to like
zombie
be
came over me.
available for a lot of it.
Oh, what?
Oh, that's rude. I just don't have a lot of time to game at the moment.
Ew. Move, Alpha.
But
Ew.
I should have
Call you that? That's nasty.
from April for Blood
You're calling
Moon.
yourself that.
We're gonna be grinding the fuck out of Blood Moon.
We got a friend coming over here.
Oh,
But
forget
we
about
gotta, yeah. Hold on. Let me just,
Yeah.
yeah. I hate her ass.
Yeah. Hey, watch this, watch this, watch this. Watch this.
Yeah. Yeah, get her.
Did they just get up? Because this. Oh.
They both like knocked me, and then I guess they thought each other was gonna pick up, and they just.
Yeah, I distracted the ghost phase and they never picked.
Like, okay, you know, I'll take it.
You work 60 hours a week? Damn, that's a lot of hours, like. I mean, things will calm down a bit because the dog is going home today, and then I just have to dog sit Monday, Tuesday, starting next week.
Y'all were dressed up like this.
And last week, obviously, we had 3 dogs, so it's just so much more work.
I found 2 hook stake green ones. There's one over here, and then there's one in like the mini hill.
What?
Mommy. You're making
Here it
daddy.
comes. I really know where over here is.
Hello.
I'm so
Oh, that's
sorry.
not green. Just kidding. It's
That's
blue.
fine. Oh, appreciate
Oh, I'm
you.
lagging.
I mean, that's fair. Now that I'm having job or you can sometimes talk with the schedules and
We just
whatnot.
played
Yeah,
Nemi and Ghosty, is that it?
Yeah.
it's like
Actually,
I'm on a
that's-
pallet.
I was thinking about the
Wait.
priorities
Nope.
yesterday, right?
Sorry, good try.
So like, stream is a priority,
Oh, but-
editing is a priority. Then I have my responsibilities for the dog sitting, cat sitting. I've got my relationship,
Hello?
work, and it's all like I'm not complaining. I'm just sharing with you what I'm balancing at the moment. I just love having an active life, but it does mean that I don't have a lot of time for
Come on.
gaming off stream.
Stop stream sniping me.
I'm not.
No, you are.
No, I'm going to now.
I'm actually the one that's stream sniping you.
Wait,
Oh,
no, move.
right.
Oh, wait. Let's go see it.
Vamos
6-7.
puerta. Vamos puerta. 6-7 puerta.
Oh, buena.
Vamos
Buena
puerta.
por allá.
It's puerta. They're proud of sugar.
Oh wait, both of those at the same time?
Oh, W.
Let's go.
What does that do?
Go, David.
Do anything? I don't think so.
Does
No,
what do
he's
anything?
coming back. You know what'd be funny if someone did it and then I went back up and re-put it in? Oh, it does do it twice, no? Just kidding.
There's like a, I want to say 3-second delay before they can get blast mined again.
Nothing?
Hey, what's up?
Valiant effort.
Yeah. I was hoping I wasn't gonna get hit in the middle of that, but
You don't have a job right now, but I'll try and look for one soon, definitely. I mean, all in good time.
Oh, wait, oh.
There's
Like,
no way
sometimes-
Swans.
Yeah, I started walking this way. Okay.
Oh,
This is a back in the face.
Let's go. Let's go.
I'm throwing it up.
Oh, that's last gen already. Let's go.
I'm so sorry. Okay, there's no way you get that. Man has cool.
Oh. Oh.
No, we didn't work. I'm exhausted.
Bro, my beam
we are here.
Enemy.
is dead.
Oh, Godspace. Hello, Godspace. You're making Daddy angry.
If
Don't
I
wake
look
up.
easy, there's a green tonic in Shack.
Don't wake up.
Knowing me.
What if I took the other one?
No, 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 no.
How close was that last gen? Oh, really?
Oh my god. Oh my god, you got that. Oh, shit.
W.
Take the blade.
Damn, how did you get out?
I don't know. Oh no.
Yeah, whatever.
Also go see.
Oh shit.
Wait, I
Oh,
just.
they're both over here. Oh my god.
Give a Gata.
Go see.
I'm like, the one near Shack.
Oh, they're both. Okay.
Yeah, they're close away.
Enemy's here too. So.
We got 2 doors about to be open.
Are there 3 zombies?
We have all the zombies at the other gate. There's 4.
They weren't on this one.
There's 4 zombies here.
Where do you get hooked up? Oh, right by gate.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, all the
Just like,
zombies
why
are.
is this so
All the zombies are here. I'm telling you,
Like you said in the
it's a
back corner.
fucking like a minefield.
What's up,
Ghostie's like right here.
Are you
Oh,
good?
yeah.
Yo, oh, hey, go see.
I just got hit.
Oh my god, there's so many zombies!
Is everyone okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna go the other gate.
Quite okay.
Okay. Oh, do you need help?
I just had to go past Ghosty before zombies. Mentally,
Yeah,
I'm not okay.
God.
I'm going to the other gate.
Nah, there was so many zombies. That was
There's also
wild.
I didn't know
Wear the hat.
Goku was here too.
Yeah. All right, cool.
Nice.
Well done.
I saw the two
8 out.
zombies,
Oh,
like,
he was
outside the
punching.
gate, and I was like, oh, like it's fine.
I turned that
And there was
corner
two
where
more
it was
in
like,
the gate, and I
zombie,
was
zombie,
oh.
zombie, ghosty. I was like, yeah, I'm out. Not even gonna try that.
Let's go.
Oh my
444.
goodness. There you go. It's our first 8 out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Second, no?
First game on.
First game on.
Yeah, we're warmed up now.
Yeah.
All the other ones didn't count.
Yeah.
The
Only
escape's
count the
really
random getting
strong.
out, so.
What do we think? The new Resi game's coming out Friday. What do we think about our Resi games?
Ooh.
Oh.
Down.
Sure.
Oh my god, Hex, perfect timing. They want to do Resident
Oh,
Evil characters,
remind
so
me again
yes,
who's
I do
on
have
this.
Leon. I don't think I have.
Bill, Rebecca, and
And,
I just have the bloody skin, but
Yeah,
yes,
those.
the perfect
Yeah.
timing. We'll play Leon.
Okay.
Excellent.
making me jealous.
Imagine, that's excellent timing.
Carlos.
I just got a
Yeah, it's
redeem from someone to play
funny.
Leon. Perfect timing.
Hell
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Resident Evil.
About to be lore accurate, Rebecca.
There's only one Rebecca. Damn.
Oh, well, Becca.
Rebecca.
Get out of my head.
Get out of my head. Get out of my head,
Goodbye.
dude.
No.
Feel young as well, technically
yeah.
I
In
find a
my
job.
head.
Oh wait, personal?
my
Yeah.
head.
I mean, nobody
Share
wants to
one
work their
Yeah,
entire
just
life.
off of each other at this point.
If you have a chance
There's
to
a
extend
lot of
it,
people that, play these
or
games.
be like me and do like semi-early retirement
Hold on. Oh,
with
dang it, my foot
part-time
turned.
with a part-time job right now.
Matt, I'll never get
Is this
those.
the chart?
That is also seasonal work,
Yeah, this is the chart.
but that allows me
It's the
room to do other stuff.
What is it called? It's part of
It's
the
perfect.
Saw chapter. It's test of configuration.
More like test of the.
V.
Oh yeah.
Mike, did you apply to Christie's the other tourney? Yes. I got in a little awkward situation because I play on a team,
Where?
right? I'm on Team Die for Cheese. And when when Christy announced the Unity in the Fog
Really?
tournament, I immediately applied because me and Christy had been talking about how she was gonna host a tourney, and I was like,
know, very
oh, I'm
well done.
definitely joining.
Yeah, I'll
So I applied, and then like 2 weeks later, my team was like, "Hey, team, should we apply for this?" And I was like, "I kind of applied for that solo."
Who's the giant
So
with the
now
bike
there's a
for
couple scenarios.
that? What the Phil?
Either I
Which
get
one
in
do
and
those
they
do?
don't. Either they
Yeah,
get in
I
and
was
I
about to
Maybe
say,
don't.
maybe
it's
it's
a
the
new
new
one.
Or
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna have
Oh,
to.
okay,
side
We're both
character,
gonna get on,
Gotcha.
and then have to go play against each other. I did not think this through, but yes, I did apply for the tourney.
So we haven't had it tonight.
I think the
We're gonna get
registration
Armin
is
and Maggie
open
Bama
until
come over.
Oh my god.
March,
Oh.
so I don't
We had
expect
shift color green map.
to hear
Crap.
anything
It's just
soon.
Matt Green.
Yeah,
Where are
it's
my
super
balls?
green.
They
I'm over
changed
it.
it.
Can they make Borgo red again?
You want a new job? You're so bored here, just
balls.
waiting till later in the year? Oh, really,
Oh, your balls
Days?
on.
No,
I mean, you've
come
got
on.
some great work experience
Trapper.
Oh,
now.
Trapper.
My charms are gone.
Oh, there
Fuck
he
it,
is.
my
He's right
arm.
there.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
my charms are gone.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
my ball charms are one too.
Oh my
Um,
gosh, I'm dead.
and it was you got it raised,
Oh,
right?
trap.
Say so like
Oh,
it's
check
good
it
to like
out
maybe
there.
like save up now. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that you're bored though. That's
Chucky's coming around
frustrating.
this side.
But it really shows that you're capable of so much more than what you
Just playing Resi 3
were
last night.
thinking when you got back into this job. Like you've learned so much and grown so much. Yeah, like you use this year to think about what else you can do or what you want to do and see how you can get there. Like You've done such an amazing job where you are now. I'm sorry to hear that you're bored though. You've outgrown this company, I think.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead.
You know, ability wise.
Picking you. You can get Snacky up. You going back to Snacky?
Oh, nice. Oh, no.
Up and down.
Oh.
Unbreakable to go down again? Yeah.
Let's go. We got this. No problem.
It's a crazy double flashbang.
I have both of them on me very angrily.
Oh, angrily, menacingly.
Why is Chucky angry? I know Trapper's angry. He's got metal bars sticking from his skin.
Oh, I'm failing.
I don't understand why Chucky's angry. You applied as well. It will be your first tourney. I will be in if you get picked. Oh, that's exciting, Hex. Yeah, it's nice. Tourney experience. I'm loving it. I have so many tourneys the next 2-3 months. I'm so fortunate that I got a chance to meet a lot of people to get in different tournaments. Thanks to Love, by the way, for him dragging me into my first tournaments with his team Civil War. And then I was like, okay, I need to play tourneys, and now I'm doing it. I'm going in. Obviously, depending on things, I might be looking at moving. So holding out for now to see if I decide to see. Yeah, that's good. That's good taste. Like, explore. There's a lot of things changing.
Hey, there's a trap there.
In your life.
Yeah.
You know, outgrowing the job, the relationship.
Oh, you found a flashlight. Let's go.
So many things.
Oh, how generous of you.
Yeah, I'm looking out for my pals, you know.
I found a green tonic. Cammy, I can show you what that is.
I didn't even see which one they were facing because of the fog vial. I was like, let me guess that this is the right place.
Alright, follow me for green. Oh, never mind. Oh god.
Nah, I'm making my saves, guys. That's my 4th save in 2 games. 5th.
Try to keep him.
I'm on the case. Maybe I should be a Leon main.
I don't
Thoughts?
Okay, I'm not doing
Nah, I'm
anything anymore.
joking.
I'm leaving.
I couldn't be a Leon main. I'm gonna get laughed at. And also, I have no cakes. I have nothing on them.
Like right here.
And I've already planned out who I'm leveling during anniversary this year, and Leon is not on the short list. I have to tell you. More Leon mains. I thought you were gonna say more Leon moans. Which, if anybody doesn't know, that's Hex's daily redeem is a Leon moan. That's it. I would move there, which then offers a lot more opportunity. Since now would have more opportunity in English-speaking jobs.
I know.
Yes, it's very international.
Oh,
Probably more than your end right now.
Saying they need to make the tonics.
I mean,
give
good
setup
stuff.
would make it a little better for killers. He's really not. It doesn't do much.
Exciting things.
Yeah.
Mains, more mains and moans.
Oh, trap.
Oh, green. I'm gonna take that.
Are
Scallion?
white? No, are the whites?
Wait, what
Sandbag
do I?
the killer into me.
Oh.
Oh no.
Now he's gonna go off
He's
and
been
do
in
the
the
gem.
trap on the corner.
I'm upset.
You're running around Shack.
I'm by the unhooks, the double.
Yep, I am over here. Getting them right now. Oh, yep, okay, let's all heal.
Amazing.
Hi, Trapper. What's up, homie? You didn't trap this, did you?
I gotta find a green plant.
He can go under 2 pallets at once?
Yes,
In one
he can
charge?
keep
What the
going. Yeah.
Not scallions. Scallions are like
I'm
a
excited for our Nine this Friday. Oh, I bet. There's
Yeah,
so
the
many
green onions,
people. I've
yeah.
seen that. I have yet to play Resident Evil 3. We're gonna have to plan that, but I've already got another cozy game planned for this Sunday.
When the gen,
So it's gonna have to be another time.
you and you get hindered, like,
Oh, and then the week after, we've got the charity. Oh.
I think it's a group.
We've got the charity week with Games 8, so I'm doing a lot of other games already.
Like, repair what was broken.
gotcha.
Nah, I got baited. There was I couldn't hear. My mom was talking to me. I was saying how a lot of people are looking forward to Resident Evil, and I never got into it. But Glenny, sorry guys, Glenny did give me
I really need to.
Yeah, he's here.
Glenny gifted me the Resident Evil game.
There's a trap.
might be-
So
He's
it's
stepping-
on
don't step in the trap
the
in the corner of Jack.
it's on the back burner.
He saves.
To play,
Oh, I'm sorry.
but I've already got a
Goodbye, Goro.
Oh, wait. Oh, we gotta move. What?
No, we both did it.
You get to the pallet?
excellent team, excellent team.
Did you both just step in a trap at the same time?
I stepped in a trap. Kim tried to help, and now Chuck is almost.
Oh my god.
There goes
Oh, the traps, the traps, the traps. And he's not on us. He's not on us. Yeah, and I was saying that I already have another cozy game planned for the coming Sunday, and the week after we have the Games 8 charity collab, which I don't think I posted yet, but there's so much going on, I can't keep up with telling you guys everything without overwhelming you by saying everything at the same time. So I keep like deciding. Oh, my beam is gone, I think.
Oh, he's right here.
No! He knows too. No, he knows.
He
No,
knows too much.
Okay, go.
Trapper's this way. I'm dead. I'm
Oh.
done. I'm done.
Oh my god.
I'm
I don't have heals. I don't have heals. I don't have heals. You have heal? No, we got this. Give it a second.
I'm almost having heal. I
No,
almost
it's fine.
have heals.
I'm going down. Goodbye, everybody. What the hell? Who did that?
I
Oh my
got
God.
you, I got you.
I accepted my fate.
Yeah, Dwight.
I haven't seen the entire game, bro.
You got me.
Yeah, I saw him once. He sandbagged the killer to me. It's fine.
Oh,
I'll never forget it.
he should get back.
I'm simming.
Nacky, I blame Nacky. That's why we're not. It's just me and you were the Iskins. We're the ones that.
I'm sorry I couldn't get that pickup.
Yeah, but you forgot where I went down. Wait, don't look over here. I'm not here.
Excellent distraction.
Okay.
Banshee Breed, thank you
Wait,
for
I
saying
guess I'm
hi. I
getting
appreciate
up.
you. I've got you followed as well.
Let me go.
Oh my god,
Okay.
you're out?
I got out.
It's such a pleasure to game with y'all
got out.
today. This side of the country doesn't really have much in the way of English speaking. Not that English, yeah.
I don't know about this one.
We're gonna have to go save. So blind! Thank you for the follow!
Soul
Is anyone
Blind followed your
close
channel.
to that?
No.
Okay, I'm coming.
Oh.
I'm leaving.
There you go. You should leave. You should leave.
You
homie.
think?
It's fine.
I mean, we have Hatch now. If they're not with you, I get you and we both get Hatch and it's GG's. It's a plan, it's a plan. It's happening. And I'm also hoping that there's no traps edge map.
What the deal?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, let's heal.
There you go.
What about you?
No, don't worry. Chillin'.
Hey, you got it.
Oh, actually, I could try to go back to the door, maybe? Hopefully they're not there.
Yeah, I'm trying the same, but I'm also terrified of stepping in a trap.
I could just get them away from the door.
I never noticed.
I think
how
we're at the
many
same
walls
door.
that
I see you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, yeah.
Oh, yeah. They are
Hey,
both.
Trapper. Hey,
Oh.
Trapper, I'm right here. Hey, Trapper.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is this trap the fuck up?
No, there's
Nah.
behind a column.
Beautiful! Easiest escape of our life! No stress at all.
W5 out because you know Cam, he made it out.
Right? Yeah, I was impressed.
I got out.
GG. Sublime, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday.
Escape with us. How did that feel?
It's Tuesday, my end.
Um,
Happy time zone.
Well, I don't have to uninstall the game anymore, so.
Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
Okay, don't fall.
We're running an ad real quick. We're gonna run an ad snack. Welcome in. I gotta go say hi to everyone. It's so much fun gaming with y'all. It's such a good time. GG's everyone.
2 cheeks
GG's.
long. Yeah, why is that pack is like 2 butt
We're
cheeks
gonna
long?
run an ad right now, guys, before we go into the next game. So you don't have to miss anything. We'll be right back. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. And thank you for your support.
Oh, should we go beach theme this time?
Yeah, we could do that.
Oh, beach team? I love that.
The beach? Okay, yeah.
Oh no, I gotta play single. Oh no.
I have the lead on.
Oh no. What a
Oh, no,
shame.
Not my main.
Not Sable.
Oh, this sucks. Oh.
Okay, we have awoken. We're getting our beam saves in. We're getting our flashbang saves in. We're healing. We're getting our survivors, friends who are getting left behind. I'm on a roll now. I don't want to look the same. What do I have? Beach theme. Can I switch this up? I mean, I know this is cozy, but who cares? I mean, this could be good, technically. I'm gonna rock this.
Okay, I'm back. What's the theme? Summary?
Beach.
Beach theme.
Beach.
Oh, okay. Okay. I think I have. It's Kane, I think. I thought the V said that, and I took mild offense to it.
I'm not gonna lie, I was checking the name. I was like, wait, is this the random? Because we can make or break her. We're a 7.
We can make or break her. Oh, God.
I'm glad I brought out so much hostility.
Alright, I'm gonna get out this time.
Yeah, I'm ready for you to escape today.
Say
Let's
this
go.
time, like you didn't escape last time.
Yeah. Can't stop farting.
I'm sorry, it can't help it.
Yeah. Happens.
Yeah, it just comes out, you know.
Hmm.
Alright, let's get it.
Bree, can you find me a purple pin?
Yeah, let me pull it out of my prison pocket really fast for you.
I'll give you a worn out toolbox in return.
Right next to you, by the way, I see you.
No.
Wraith and spirits.
Spirit.
I'm so confused. Is she here or not? What's happening?
Take it away.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take her, but yeah.
Yes. Oh, she was here.
Yeah. And she's busy also. Amazing, amazing, amazing.
Oh, and there's a heal tonic right here. Perfect. Thank you. I found you a medkit. How do you feel about it?
Is it purple?
Not really a fan of medkits.
Okay.
As I use a medkit.
Run, Hector. Spirit's over there. Just
Oh,
go.
yeah.
Try to take a hit for you.
Those
You
are-
spin.
Two hooks to through Jeff.
Pallets? Oh, unlucky. Good try.
I should have gone for the pallet.
She's still on me.
Hector, it's open. Oh, Wraith is here. Holy.
Oh, you messed up.
No, really? Dude, would it be dumb killing me? Would it be dumb killing me? Oh, I go down here. Damn. He's gonna, yeah. wait.
Oh shoot, that didn't work. What happened to my flashbang though? I dropped it and it disappeared into thin air.
That looks so weird.
The world ate it.
Yeah, I guess like because I was dropping, it fell into a pocket dimension or something.
Hello.
I don't know.
Wraith must be happy with his toesies. Starting to.
Oh, probably.
It's probably
No
open.
grip or
Hey,
grab.
Spirit.
Gotta watch out for that.
Yeah.
Why are toes always on the iPhone?
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm sorry for him. He likes
No
toes a
comment.
lot, so
No comment.
That's the
He
one
likes
with the fish on?
okay. And what about my feet charm?
Okay.
You know what? That's a good point. What about the feature?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about that?
What?
Great.
A woman can't love feet? My bad.
Have you ever had your feet rubbed? I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, excuse me? Feet rubs are the best. Thank you.
Highways, good morning. Welcome in. How are you? Tired but alive. I mean, I guess we're all a little tired. But you got any plans for today? How's the job hunt going? Any news? Enter our daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem.
Where are you guys?
Did it? So much again, I'm sorry.
Oh. Okay. Oh, hold on, I got that. Let me cook.
What's she saying?
Hey, she left me.
Yep.
I just did the
Thing on me.
nastiest backflip you'll ever see.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Don't be. You're fine.
Oh, both of them are here?
Yeah, I mean, they
Oh.
cannot get you. They can't get you.
Oh, wait.
Oh no.
Oh, the dog. Empty.
Empty.
I'm going to Hector.
We got him. We got him.
Get my ass on the gym then.
Oh my god. Okay, listen. I knew.
I
she
know there was
doing
one more
that.
heal,
Oh, man.
but I don't know if I needed the last mine.
There you go.
Hey, ma'am. Can I?
Oh, Wraith is here.
Who was just double fire away? Because there's a green corner.
Holy spin! None for me.
Spencer, there's a green tonic somewhere.
Where was that?
Hector got it.
The recent interview they were suggesting it's been a long time since I asked hers, and they don't realize how bad the market is right now. Usually 300 more people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
W-
I,
I-
go down.
I
My gyms
had-
are really close, so
I had like 2 interviews
right where my body is. He's
all
speaking.
last year
It's like
when I was applying for jobs. I just didn't even get in. It's such a big difference.
Okay.
Hey.
One of those things are getting done.
To like 3 years ago. It's insane. But you gotta keep at it. That's the only way. The only way. Ways.
Yeah. Keep coming.
Something will come along. It happened for me too. It was completely unexpected.
What else is terrible?
And it turned out to be more perfect than anything.
Away.
It's gonna happen. Just keep applying. Keep applying.
Oh,
We can do it.
yeah,
They're
that's
back.
right.
I'm putting up a.
Oh, beacons to heaven.
Nice. Great.
Y'all see that one?
Down, getting hooked. Okay. Oh, nice try.
The maps are useful for once.
Oh, okay, there you
Mid chase, by the way. That's yeah. Spirit's crazy hair. Also, this girl is not.
Oh, you guys
She's
are-
not with the shits. This one.
I don't know if that's right.
Phoenix, welcome in. How are you? Good morning. I saw your message. I had to like look, and there was a lot going on. Good morning, sunshine. Oh, thank you. Good morning. Good morning. How was your stream yesterday? You
nice.
did you have some good games?
Raise another one.
So this
Should be
is
fine
straight
here.
to the left.
Spirit
Or
pushed me
to-
out.
We going this way?
Public stream. Nice.
This is the open gate, but I think that's where they both were. But this is the
Yeah, okay. Okay. No, this is good. Cam, you okay?
Yeah, we're good.
yeah, we're out as well.
Nice.
WAO.
Hey yo,
Yay.
GG, good work.
Jeez.
They're gonna dodge every TTV lobby.
I hope so, right? Nothing's feel really bad. Yeah, that's why I'm telling you, Waze. Like, hang in there.
Ew, I did a capital GG.
Keep at it. You know, something will come,
Too.
and it's gonna be a great step.
Ew,
And if it's
capital
not the
GG.
perfect one, it's gonna be a great step to getting that next. The only thing you can do is put yourself out there and keep applying. And at some point, that someone is gonna say, "We pick you," you know, and that's when your career is gonna start. You got this, girl. You need a brush.
Are we
It's
doing another theme?
such good
Yeah,
hair.
we can.
Oh yeah.
Starting my
Someone
workday
else
right
pick.
away. Yes, it's good, right?
Cam, no, you pick.
7 a.m. was a little early for me. Obviously, it's because the collab. But yeah, the morning streams, they're better for me than the evening ones. Do we have a color theme? Do we have, I don't know, green or red? I don't know.
I think red could be fun.
Enough red.
Oh no, I get to play my other main. Oh no.
Red, red, red.
There we go. I got red. I'm ready for the snow. Put us on Ormond.
I've got red.
Nice, looking good.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, oh, you weren't streaming yesterday? Oh,
Yeah.
I thought I saw you. Maybe I saw you pop online. I thought you were streaming. Well, anyway, you get to play with streamer friends. Ah, nice. GG's. Yeah, that was a good game. Lurk, thank you for the lurk, Ways. Thank you for hanging out.
Probably can take a group photo.
Oh, no,
We asked the
actually,
killer to
can
take a
you
group
play
photo of
my
us
main?
and send it to us.
I think we should
Yeah,
ask them.
I'll message them.
We'll do like a double stack, have people standing up in the front or in the back, and then the crouches in the front.
Sorry, I am having trouble.
With the color?
Yeah, you would think that like Kate or Fang. Well, Fang has. Yeah, no, you'd think like Kate has like red.
I hate to say it, but Cage or Ada, if you want just like default red.
Oh yeah, you're kind of right. Hold on. No, you're kind of right. Wait, Maquila doesn't have like default red? Oh, yes.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait, yeah.
Yeah, that works.
Alright, the new theme for the new game is red. We're all dressed in red. We're doing like themed lobbies. So someone's been, I mean, different people have been calling out different themes. We've got a red theme.
I forgot that we're doing that with like every single survivor, and then I haven't done it with like the survivors that we've been getting.
Pick it up.
Oh, I'm gonna get you guys out, and then I never say it, and then they die.
I think we've gotten every survivor out.
Yeah.
Mashy said noted.
Noted.
Yeah, this map tonight.
Wesker and Emmy again.
You're wearing pink. It's close enough. Close enough. Is that Billy?
Wesker and a Billy.
Oh, that's Mia. Hi, Mia. Hi, Mia.
Great, I'm Gordon Skitzer.
Whiskey?
Oh my god, there's a Billy and a Wesker here.
Oh my god, Nia. Wait.
Mia's such a high five. Oh my god, Mia.
Sorry.
Nia, move. Nia, move. Yeah.
I'm playing Tannis right now.
He left me.
I love it.
Ugly Fit next. I will make that suggestion when I get a chance. Okay, I need to be on a gen.
Slay. He's
Hold
a good
on.
Billy.
There's 2 gens here. Like how?
Oh, hey, what's up?
I wouldn't go that way.
I'm scared.
I don't see that. Oh.
This Billy's messing me up.
Oh my god, Nia.
No,
He's
where's
really
your Billy?
good.
I got you.
I still have 2 pillars on me though. Yeah.
We have to get Nia out alive.
Alright, Nia, where do you want to go?
Oh, she wants to. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, hello.
I'm getting banged.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's.
She's so cute. I love her. I'm dead.
Oh no! Oh!
Okay, we're leaving.
Nah.
Okay. We.
Yeah, we're fine.
Can we get a gen done?
That's the big question here. The chaos is real.
Oh my god.
No, that's ridiculous.
Is it Shadow? No.
Wesker is Shadow, yes.
Wesker Shadow?
Nia's up. She's up.
Yeah, I got Nia.
Yeah, wonderful.
They're everywhere, and I want to be.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is it's a lot. I keep running into them, and I'm like, girl, why are
Yeah,
you?
I keep running into them too, and I have like, I like.
Billy's the
Then
goal.
like, where do I go? Because then Wesker's behind me. And he's
Yeah, they're
Shadow.
just
Oh my
everywhere.
god, they're both here. They're both here. They're both here. I'm dead.
Oh, Bree, you're on second hook.
Yeah, they're both on me. With me.
In the corner.
Bree, you're not supposed to get tunneled. That's my job.
I'm dead.
Oh no.
I'm upset.
Yeah.
I'm upset.
No, I'm upset.
I died so bad.
Oh, this is. Oh, there's no way.
Billy, kick that gen, please. Appreciate it.
Wesker, do you have 6 minutes or 7 minutes?
6, 7.
It's 7.
You can't just get snapped. That's not. No, you can't.
No, I. That's what Wesker says.
You can say more. Like.
Oh.
No, what's wrong with it?
Nia!
Oh, there's. No, you're right.
Nia better not die, or I'm gonna be very upset.
It's okay for Nia. Oh, no way. Hey, Billy, where do you want to go?
Billy.
Belay.
Oh, this stupid infectious fried thing, man.
Oh.
No!
No way.
No! Oh, I wanted to drop the flashbang and I got confused with the pallet save and then everything went to not good things. That's crazy. Oh no.
Oh my god, Nia.
Billy.
Wait, Nia, no.
I know, I'm trying to get Nia.
Billy.
Oh my god, they're both here.
Since I rebound my keys on my controller last week, I am still struggling in a stress situation, especially this, right? Because I had a beam. He was facing me, I had the option to beam. I had a flashbang, and I could have gone for the pallet save, and that's where it all just goes to shit. I can't manage that yet. In game, it's not coming natural to me. Which of the three is which button? Like,
Oh my god, so is Wesker?
Yeah, Shadow, I just saw
What
homie
the
popped
hell?
up out of nowhere, bro.
Oh my gosh. And Billy's here too. Dude, they're doing really good as a team though. I'm gonna
yeah, they've got so much pressure. It's insane.
Crazy.
Like, I wonder if they're in VC talking to each other, and I'm sure that they are, but their like communication skills are on the bar.
Mm.
Oh, okay, Billy. No, you got this, Billy.
There's a couple of us.
No. Orlando.
Just watch the deer run into Billy.
Hmm.
So I think this is actually.
Yeah, if anything.
I think I died at Agents.
Cooper, why'd you get one?
Oh no!
Was there?
Oh my god. Very nice. Wait, oh, I'm not
Still
Oh, fucking. Yeah, definitely on comms. You don't have to get me, guys, if you want to go hatch. I mean, I'm first hook, so it's gonna be a while, but you don't have to get me.
Oh, I think they're both on me.
There's one here.
Yep.
Oh my god, where's the door?
Yeah.
Yes. GG's. Oh, that was the toughest match so far. I don't think red is the way to go. Like, we look awesome, but...
I think the
Because
red.
it brought the
Yeah.
battle.
yeah, it was.
Red-
That was a
sign of
mistake.
our blood.
Red equals dead, I think, is what we learned.
Mm.
Don't
So, yeah.
worry about Nashi and I. We're all just.
I just saw that. Yeah, just catching up on the chat.
Yeah, we're just flirting with each other right now.
Aw.
They're so fun. They're so cute. I can.
That's so cute.
They have their profile enabled, so then I can write a comment. Adorable.
Red makes him feral. We should have known, Phoenix. That was a mistake. That was a really good team. Do we have a new theme?
So, yeah.
just putting my main on.
thinking?
I would say pink, but like Duty doesn't really have pink. Or like.
I'm down to
onesies. I wish they had more
look.
onesies.
Oh,
Christmas onesies.
I got you.
Yeah, I wish. The thing I wish is that they had more Christmas onesies for all the characters.
Yeah.
Like I could do like a
agreed.
Demogorgon onesie for like Nancy or Dustin
Saw the
or
lobby
whatever.
and I was needing
be
a
so
hot
cute.
shower and somebody killer's game with their A game. No, for real, Phoenix. That's exactly what
yeah.
happened.
Like I could, or we can do Christmas sweaters.
Women's.
Ooh.
We're doing all the same
Oh,
character.
Christmas theme?
Equipment
all
time.
same.
Alright.
Yeah, I have a Christmas onesie on right now.
Women's.
Let me see.
Chrysler, Mary Chrysler.
Hello, equipment.
Whoa. Oh my god.
Wait, we have the same. Wait, who's the other Yoichi?
That's me. Oh, we have the same. Oh, I can change.
No, it's fine. No. We're cute. We were just like, we're both putting our outfits, and I was like, wait, we both just chose the same
That's
size.
so weird.
That's so
Imagine, what are the odds?
Cute.
Do you have P100, Yuichi?
I do. What about
Me
you?
too. That's insane.
Oh my god, no
I love that.
way.
Nobody has
Cute.
P100 Yuichi.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to
Two
P100 him.
P100 UHs in the same lobby.
Yeah, like
Two out of five.
that never happened before.
I love that.
Imagine, guys, two P100 Yuichis. What is the early mic? We have a great collab today, Swish. It is Laura.
I
Oh
was
my
just
god, you
about
know
to
Laura? How do you know Laura? I literally
Yeah,
just met her
I know
through
her.
this 2v8 7-way one
It's so
random
interesting to see
stream
the
collab that
different,
we've
like,
got going
classes that
on.
Everybody picks.
Hosted by Tennis at the Disco.
Because the last 2v8 thing that I did, there was at least like 4 Torchbird.
But
There
good
wasn't-
morning,
no,
Swish.
Torchbird Barrier wasn't here. There was at least 4 medics.
I think they need to add one for killer that has like Lightborn or Franklin's.
Yeah, I agree. And then
Franklin's are like runner.
Joker was saying that would be cool if they added like a jester class, whether that be like Pebble, Deception.
You didn't know how I
Yes.
met her,
Like,
but I've had the
some,
pleasure
like,
of knowing her for a
funny, like,
while. Oh
stupid
my
class
god.
that, like,
A
I love
shenanigan class.
this.
Yeah, shenanigan, just like
DVD
just-
world.
just
Like, we've
something,
got
like,
our own little
dumb.
world.
Guitar.
That would
what's it
definitely make it
And-
more enjoyable, I think.
You and me,
It
we've
would
known
just
each
be
other
so much
for
fun,
such a
like,
long time. Swish, like
imagine- I
literally
mean, you
years,
guys
and I'm
throw
meeting
Pebble,
Laura
but
today,
then
and you
you
know
have
Laura,
to,
and it's
like,
like
think, like,
this
is that
little
gonna snap
DVD
back
world
my
is just
teammates? Is
the
my, like,
best.
Right, if you're throwing
Is
in
me deliberately throwing Pebble going to like sandbag? It would just be fun.
Or what's the red herring one where you like do the locker?
Do the locker and then it like does the like
The oxygen that you were
a
just on.
oxygen. Yeah, I love that. I like to run it with head on and blast mine.
Is that Blight? Really?
Yes, it is, and he's on me.
Oh, it's William Berkey.
Oh my god, and I'm exposed for
Ghostface, yes.
Ghosty? Oh.
Ghost is one face as well.
Great. Oh, there it is.
Hey, William.
2 gens. Let's
Nice.
go.
I don't know how. I don't know how I didn't get hit there. I see a green tonic. It's by Shat. Oh. Yeah. No, I got him. I got him. Oh my god, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, hey. You wanna heal? Oh, no, never mind.
The game's been with all the
Oh,
TTVs
they're
really
both on me
good.
again.
Last
I hate
game was
this.
rough. Those killers were good. It was actually the first really rough game we had. We got out at least between 6 and 8 people. The most of the games. Last game, those killers were really good. And up until last game, I've been getting so many saves. Like Torchbearer for the win. I'm loving going for these flashbang saves. It's so satisfying. I played 1v4 yesterday,
There's a cage thief removal by Shat to the right side.
and I tried to go for the flashbangs like 1v4, but
Wait, let's do this.
it's not the same as in 2v8. It takes more time away from doing gens when you're only 4.
Ow. You got this. You got this. You got this.
Beautiful.
Let's go.
Nice.
Gorgeous save, gorgeous. Back at the gen.
I think Ghostface is behind you. Saw him for a second.
Ghostface was headed towards main
Okay. That was a servant.
a second ago.
Lights
Oh,
TTC.
Oh,
The Blight
Killer
DC.
DC, Killer DC.
Oh, wow.
Nah, it's always the TTVs.
I watched him hit the pallet, the other gen popped, and then he's like, no, never mind.
None of this in my life.
You know what? Valid.
I didn't DC from a 2v8 with a
And
time.
beams,
yeah, that.
one,
I'm
and
gonna wait 5 minutes.
one very close one.
Yeah.
That was early.
After already waiting like.
It's
Yeah.
insane how I'm kind of, when I'm going in for a beam save swish, and I'm kind of like hoping they'll face me because it'll be easier for me
No, they're not as long as they're saying they are.
to
That's true.
to actually get it, because I'm still learning. But then when they do face me, I'm usually early because I can't believe that they're facing me, and I just start aiming that beam, and it's like, oh, that was just hella early. We did do intro swish. I am not sure if anyone is like DVD creator, like, as their main game. But we've been playing together all day. These are all experienced Dead by Daylight gamers. What's the range on that? Cool. Follow all button push. Yes, that should be a thing. One second.
Oh, hell yeah. Insta heal. Oh, there's a hook stay right here. Stay it on me. Who has two?
Unlucky.
See where the... Ooh, I found a fake flashlight.
There's a heal tonic here if you wanna
Oh. Okay.
get going.
Cool. I'm on my way to take away hook state. Wish me luck.
Good luck, you've got this.
Thank you.
Oh, snap.
Goodbye.
Are you getting out? You got it?
Yeah, I got out.
You got out? Nice.
Where the beacon of light is. Wait, is this the Oh, wait, where are you? I think that's... Oh, it's Killer Shack then.
Oh, okay. Is that? Beacon of light.
Oh my
I'm on my way.
Oh, it is Killer Shack. Why does it look so tall?
Oh, I know. That's what I was over here, and I was like, oh. It's kind of like. Okay, so it's somewhere over here.
Right there.
Thank you.
Alright. Where I'm getting hooked, the camera's like halfway down.
Beautiful pallet save.
Ghost is kind of patrolling that.
Period, Dwight.
Oh, nice to see you all. Yeah, we were all here.
I wasn't looking behind me. I just heard. What? What the? What the?
What the?
Oh my god.
Oh.
We're getting there, we're getting there.
Progress. See if I can distract him.
One of them's on Laura.
Now we gotta open the door so that Snack, Cam, and Hector can get out.
Cake Denson, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you so much. Happy time zone.
Cake Denson TTV followed
What
your
a
channel.
what a good name. I love that.
Oh, was I might have been muted. Oh my god.
You have a hook. You teleport. Right here. To the gate. It's happening.
He hasn't picked. I fixed him.
You're from Laura's. Thank you for coming to say hi. It's been so wonderful meeting every one of you.
Where's the gate at?
Patrick Files, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Patrick Files 243 followed
Thank you
your
for the
channel.
support for the channel. Oh. Ghostface was with me at the other open gates.
You good? Yep.
I'm good.
Oh, we're good. All right.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh my god, and everybody actually.
I've known Swish for years,
job,
Cake Denson. I've known them for years. We've met IRL a couple times as well in Europe.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes, we do love Swish here. We do. We did meet through DVD.
I don't think the name was.
Oh. Hold on. Yes, we did meet through DVD.
I think. Does everyone have like some sort of like mask?
I think
Like a mask thing.
Like I know like a Meg has like a face covering. I know
we
like
all
Fang has a
had.
mask. I know
Meg has 2 different ones even, I see.
Yeah, no, who's the other one?
And a face mask. Some have a
Yui
face
has
mask.
like the bunny one.
Fung has a face mask.
Does the
Yeah,
masquerade count? Mask?
She has this like the skull face.
Oh,
Yeah, like any
masquerades.
mask. Yeah, like any sort of mask.
Oh, mask.
Hold on while we coordinate this new lobby thing. Alright, this is good. What am I wearing? It's madness, I tell you. Met so many wonderful people thanks to this game and app. 100%, 100%. So many red borders. Yeah, so I started playing 4 years ago, and when they did that red border thing, I think I prestiged all of those during that period, and I think Ada and Rebecca was the first chapter where they didn't do it, and I know that I didn't prestige Claudette and Elodie. Oh, Elodie did get a report. I don't. I mean, I didn't have the Stranger Things DLC, but I don't know why Megan, Bill, and Jake don't have the portraits. But yeah, that was kind of like a thing from way back when. I don't even remember what that was. Okay, I'm not happy with my fit though. Hold on.
Why is my foot on? Oh, disappearing. It keeps disappearing.
I have 17. You can do exclamation mark P100s, and I am almost at 5 million points here. We're gonna put them into Ellen. Ellen's 90.
I'd like
She'll
an
be my
applied
18 P100.
Yeah, I would like an applied roll.
That would have been
yeah.
so nice. That's
Yeah.
what we do like every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just forget which
Or
one has
preferred.
them.
Or like a copy and paste for, it's like for like killer.
Yeah, I play a lot of DVD,
that's what
but
I
I'm
do, like,
also
completely
I'm
redo your
very
face.
efficient
So
in
Yeah, we like that option.
distributing
Oh my God, it's
points,
Pride.
and it's all planned. And during the anniversary, I kind of cancel work. I call in sick for everything, and I just grind for cakes. So I have
Hey.
cakes to stack for
fuck that.
100% points. Pretty much the whole year in 1v4 games. I
You
had
have a joke
7,262 cakes last year, and the year before that I had 5,000. So, looking forward to Blood Moon to get some good prestiges. Blood Moon and Anniversary is your way to go if you want to prestige your characters. Yes, Cake Danson came over from there, Swishy, and said, "Oh my God, you know Swish? They're over from Laura, so that's cool, right?"
Sure they got.
I only did the red border for Cade. She's the original P3 Max Prestige. Oh my God, I love that though. If you're a Cade main, I only leveled her up way past P3 and P100s. Good, you'll get there. Like, are you still sitting on those cakes? Yeah.
Rocky.
Like one of my viewers said, "Oh my god, you have 7,000 cakes. You're not even gonna play that many games." He was not wrong. I've not, I've not been able to spend all of the cakes. Although like I said, I did have 5,000 from the year before and 3,000 from the year before that. There's Bloody Party streamers, right? So, yeah, I'm just very efficient when it comes to points. You're not share chat? Yeah, too hectic. That's what we kind of said.
Oh, what's good?
Originally, we thought we were going to be 7 streamers.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Wesker.
Oh my
8 streamers. But we're 7.
Okay,
And the shared, like the guest star thing in the shared chat only works up till 6. But then it turned out one person wasn't streaming. And then we were like, oh, are we doing shared chat? And then we were like, maybe not. It's gonna be too hectic, and we kind of left it at that. Yes, 6, 7. We've had a lot of those today already. We call ourselves SEAL Team 6-7. Also, so very appropriate for the 7 TTVs, the toxic 7 TTVs.
There is a green totem behind me. On the way back. Across the gate. Behind the main.
They're changing too much between characters. They're not gonna get pressure here.
Oh wow. I was trying to take a hit for somebody.
You disappoint
That
me.
chair got
Is
in the
that
way
the
and then
best
pinged. Unlucky. I would have had this pallet if it wasn't for that chair.
I remember chocolate hats. There's chocolate annoying that. That's a thing.
Chocolate axe spray?
Yes.
Oh yeah, they do have chocolates, right?
Wait, what?
Yeah, they had
Yeah,
chocolate.
it smells like
Oh my
chocolate.
God.
Oh.
That's all I would smell.
Why am I in
That
men's
was
state?
cool.
Don't even touch me.
Get away from me, sir. I don't like it when he, like... The way that he, like, lumps over a pallet is really weird to me.
Yes, finesse. Yeah. I have a spray in my hand for some reason.
Well, no.
Thank you.
I'm just Wesker. Ali is what?
Is it doing it? Why is it not doing it? Oh, it like keeps starting and.
Oh, I thought you were doing it on purpose. I thought we were doing like a dance party situation.
You do, Dave.
Oh, light's here.
I'm scared. Oh my god. No! I'm scared.
They're switching so much between
Your skin's
survivors. They're
flipping on me,
not
that's
getting
so
any
weird.
pressure.
Your skirt was like flying like crazy.
Oh my god, Hex, you know them too? Everybody knows everyone. I love that. DBD is such a good place, guys. The non-toxic side of DBD is so good. Oh. Don't turn around. Good. Oh. Oh, the pellets still. Oh my god, they're insane.
I can get Hector if needed. Just let me know if anyone's coming over that direction.
This Wesker is getting a tour of the map.
What are you doing to this man? I see you.
I'm giving him a tour of the map.
Yes, you were. Indoors, outdoors, you showed him everything. Wesker's going straight for the hook area.
He finally gave up on me.
I'm with Hector.
Oh, sorry.
Hello.
There's a Wesker and a blight on me.
Okay, yeah, I was another streamer. Oh, that's how you know them. I love that. That's great. We're all friends here. That's so good.
Oh god. Oh man. Wesker got me.
Last my son
London
green
left.
was.
Got this.
Ooh.
Last time I saw green was over here. Last time I took it. You're out of left.
Look at it, pick up Wesker. He's coming at me. It only took Blight being on the other side.
Mackie, you're gonna live.
Is that a key? Yeah.
We finished the last gen here.
Saw me on Shack.
Yes, if you run into a straight, oh yeah. I mean, where you were is too far, but that gate's open. Oh man. Yeah, that was a pixel there. Like, how? What did he pin you on?
Oh goodness.
I got out. I made it.
Wesker's chasing me towards the open door, which is where the hook is. If anybody's still going for that. Okay, Wesker's with me at the gate that's open. Hey, do you remember this Fong? He does remember you. Did you see that? He's like, I want nothing to do with this Fong.
Scarred him, bruh.
Yeah.
Here. Alright, we all good?
Yep.
Alright.
Hell yeah.
GG's. Good teamwork.
Oh, they closed it on Teeny Frog.
Wait, what?
We left Teeny Frog.
What?
No.
No! Oh, no,
We
you
betrayed the
didn't.
random this time.
Wrong.
Ain't no way. Fog bites.
No, I
Good
thought
morning.
Teeny
How
Frog
are
was
you?
okay.
Welcome in.
I thought they were with us at the game.
They were too teeny.
We're we're 7 streamers, and obviously in 2v8 that means we're one random. Since the first game, it's kind of been a thing that we want to try and get the random out. And all of them have responding in such a great way. It's so funny.
That's so funny.
Yeah, nearly
That was
2v8.
so
We had someone
cute.
drop out, I think. Alright, let's see what's the next theme.
They were so cute, dude.
Gamers, when we decide on the
Why
next
can't
team,
I
we're gonna go
ever
run an ad
get
break real quick. We're gonna run it now before we go
in
into
my
the next game.
Where they're just
So, please, bear with. I apologize for yes. We'll be
exist.
right back.
Because we're on East.
because we're what?
East
We're,
Coast is
we're
the
on
best
East.
one.
You know. that-
No.
Yeah, we're cute over here.
We're cute.
Okay.
Yeah, we're cute.
Do we want to do the same character, like similar fits for a lobby?
We could.
Or we
Dw-
could all be like
Dwight's or
one
Meg
character.
or.
No, I know what we can do. We can let's see who the random is, and then we all. Switch
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
I'm
that's gonna
so
be
down
some
for that.
quick switching, but I'm definitely down
Oh,
for
that'd
that.
be funny. Alright, I'm down.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Someone's gonna have to tell us because not everyone's gonna be seeing maybe
I won't be
the
able to
random.
see it though, but we can see their name, I guess.
Yeah. You can you
I
tell
just don't know
us?
if I have the...
We did do Resident Evil yet. I was Leon. I made flashbang saves. I saved the last person that was on hook against a trapper, mind you, which was dangerous switch because of all the traps. And I had to go across the map to get them, but it was such a good game. Yeah, I did play Leon for Resident Evil theme.
Okay, so switching to the random.
Hex, I tried to
right?
get them all to play the
They're
same
gonna-
character, but
What
we're
if
gonna
they
do
get
the
scared?
random.
What if they
Alright,
get
pay
scared?
attention.
What if they
Oh
like
my
start
God.
switching away from one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Might
Okay,
scare
we
them.
haven't found
Okay.
it. We haven't found it yet.
Who is it?
Okay,
Alright.
who
Laura.
is it?
Laura
Laura.
Croft. Laura Croft.
Okay.
Is she
Yeah, I'll run.
default?
I don't see what skin she is though.
I don't think so.
Can someone describe the skin?
I don't
What's
know
the
what skin.
skin?
Antlers or no antlers?
I can't see what skin she's wearing.
Who can see her?
Say,
I'm having trouble finding her.
I think she got the default, maybe?
Okay, default.
Default? I can do
I mean,
default.
yeah, we can do default.
Oh, we're doing default?
I wonder what the killers are thinking.
Alright, everyone check your classes too. in
Yeah.
case, you know,
Oh
that-
yeah, you're so right. Medic. That's so funny.
Imagine being solo queue, loading into a lobby, and before you know it, the entire lobby switches to your character, and
Not
you're
really,
like,
Laura.
what? That's actually what
Laura,
happened.
my
Hex
customer.
literally
are
said,
gonna
"Can
be
you
like, "I'm
do
gonna
you have
call the
Leon?
Laura.
Can you
Which
play
one?"
Leon?" And then someone in chat in my VC said, "Should we do
Uh,
should we do Resident Evil?" Bree, I'm having so much fun. Thank you for
That's so
coming to say
good.
hi.
What is this place?
Alright.
oh hi
Or
Laura.
we'd be like, the Laura's on hook, the Laura's on hook.
Laura.
Hi, Laura.
The voice lines are gonna go crazy.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Laura Wolf again.
Laura Blip again.
As someone whose name is Laura, this is also a nightmare.
Oh.
Ghostface behind Laura. Behind other Laura. Behind Laura.
Laura.
Laura, okay.
Laura down, Laura down.
Laura down.
Another Laura down. Oh man.
Me trying to
Will you know Ellie? Or no?
Exactly that, Hack. Too good, Red. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Welcome in.
Feel Good Red followed your channel.
He trapped main, and I'm trying to untrap all of them.
He's going back to me.
Yeah, he
Hook
left
one
me.
yours.
Homie is not happy right now.
He did not like my little juice.
I want Ghosty, no.
I'm healing Laura. Which Laura?
Wait, no!
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I'm trying to.
I'm loving
I'm trying to
this.
see which one is
Feel
it.
Good Red, welcome
like
in.
free?
Thank you for the support for the channel. I appreciate you.
I think we can tell only by our charms. I think that's it.
Oh yeah.
He's sneaking back. He's sneaking back.
Yo, McQueen.
Worth it.
Laura, I'm sorry.
Hey, Ward.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Laura, there's a trap there.
That side of the map is trapped up. I'm staying here, you guys. I'm staying on this side. I don't care what anyone says.
Come on, Ghosty.
Ghostface is back.
Yeah, he's sick of me. Oh, shoot, he picked up my way. Yeah, he and I have gone around that rock a few times, and
I'm sorry.
Beautiful,
Saving
beautiful,
Laura.
beautiful. Oh no!
Healing Laura.
No, that's a locker!
No, the brand.
Oh. So many things went wrong. He said no. I'm getting humped. I don't know why.
Wait, you're getting pumped?
Yeah. I think that's the first time this morning that we've had that.
Please. That's weird.
Yeah.
That's a little stinky butt.
It was the ghost face. He was very proud of
Yeah,
himself.
would be.
I'm muted for them. Yeah. So for some I'm muted, and I'm trying to manage unmuting and muting, talking to you guys, talking to them.
there's
As
one right
I'm
here.
going back and forth.
Wait, Snacky, are you healing the Laura right now? Who's healing the Laura?
I'm healing Laura.
Okay, right behind, right here, right where I'm healing right here. There's a hook stick, green hook stick.
Go see! Go see!
Game blow out.
I'm gonna try to lead the crowd.
No, Ghosty, please.
Wait, where's Laura?
If we can get the random, there's a hook stick right here.
Right, random.
Wait, I lost the random.
Come here. Come here. I'm trying to get random.
Ghosty's on it.
I think it's easier to push to
Oh,
talk.
No, that's
Yeah.
no.
Oh shit! I could have had that
It's me, it's the
saved.
random.
Yeah. So I'm having a couple of issues.
Yeah, okay. I got random secret.
Let's go. Taking Ghosty away from there.
Trapper and I are kind of doing a little dance.
My
At some pallets.
That's cute.
He's really sick of me, but
my stream deck is not working.
That's kind of rude.
Oh, hey, go see.
Oh, hi.
Ooh.
So I have to use I have to
um,
use my keyboard.
This is very concerning. Hey, go see.
Why is he so fast?
Trapper.
Trapper.
Yeah, Trapper's really fast.
He's fast. No, I'm scared.
Yeah, I was playing Trapper earlier, and every time he picks up a trap or places a trap, he gets like 15%.
So yeah, I'm struggling a little bit with the mute on mute during game, trying to pay attention, but you know, we're managing.
Big overseers.
Trapper.
I have the other Laura. Oh, you have a Laura.
It's right there.
Oh, Ghosty's here.
Right there.
Someone went down.
Got that? Nice.
Yeah, he can hump that in the next lobby. That flashbang.
wait, who was humping again? Was it Ghosty?
The
or-
Ghosty.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ghosty.
Oh, he's coming. He's
Ghosty was
behind us.
humping
He's
the
behind
Laura.
us.
Uh-oh.
Crazy.
Literally the Laura.
That's it. It's
What's
chill and
your-
fun. Like I want to try and chat to you guys, but I also want to connect to the streamers and not have them be like, why isn't this girl talking to us? Like I'm the only European in this lobby,
I might be in trouble.
and I want to meet some new gamers, you know. So we're trying to manage. But it's been a really good experience so far.
Oh, you didn't take the bait.
Oh no, Cam is dead.
Yeah, I just, I just, yeah.
Oh, close.
Yes, indeed. I did force him to step into his own trap. He's very.
I'm at Shack on the gen. I'll take a hit for you. Yeah, he didn't like that. Still on you.
His face is a TTV too.
Oh, is he?
Wow.
Yeah, they're both TTVs.
Double vaulted.
Go see
So
TTV and humping a new TT.
We're gonna lead him away now. We can get back to that film.
Laura, let's heal behind you.
Oh yeah.
Ghostface lost you.
Oh, I was gonna kill you first because I don't have any hooks.
He kicked the gen, he lost you.
What's the worst?
Oh, Laura, come join the Laura
Hey,
heal.
Laura.
Hi, Laura.
Hi.
Oh, hi, Laura.
Oh,
Oh my God,
Hi.
hi, Laura.
Oh, okay,
What's up, Laura?
we're gonna heal this Laura, then we're gonna heal the next Laura.
Cheers. I'm sorry.
Another
No,
Laura?
I'm sorry. I'm
Oh my
sure
god,
that's
all
what
the
I- I'm
Lauras
sorry.
were injured.
One more Laura to heal.
Hi, Laura's. Hey.
Hi.
Hey, Laura, it's
Hi,
Laura.
Laura, be careful.
Hi.
Laura's.
That's how ants feel.
I'm dead.
No, Laura, I got you.
No.
No, Laura, don't step
Crap.
on that.
I know. It's like, yes, yes, yes.
Put her down.
W.
Don't step on that, Laura.
Oh my god, what do we do? What do we do?
Come after me. Come after me.
Not gonna
Really
milligan.
didn't like that.
I'm saving the Laura on hook.
Wait, no.
Oh, that's a trap. I'm not saving the Laura on hook.
Okay, I've got Laura on hook.
Goodbye, Laura.
Here, Chris, you chase me.
No.
No, don't go.
Thank you, gamer.
Progress?
Shaq had progress, but it was kicked.
Oh, I went back to
Okay, 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 okay.
stuff to Chris, and he's kicking it right now, though.
Oh my god, what's happening?
I'm so confused on who I'm looking at.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I'm like I'm confused.
There's a hook there here. He left me?
Yeah, he's on me now.
We're in the corner. Oh,
There's a hook there, there's a hook there here.
help me?
There's no way he's down that state.
Oh, okay. I got a little hump on the ground as well.
God, get off! Alright, Laura, it's up to you. I cannot believe I went back to the show that.
That's so loud.
Ghostface is in the area where I'm
Oh,
hooked.
he's behind us. He's behind us.
Laura.
Wow, alright. Okay.
Let me try to get you off that hook. It's right here still.
Ghostface coming back to hook.
Yeah, okay, I got you though.
Amazing.
Bloody hell!
What? What?
My PBT is gonna run out. I need a pellet. Oh
saw that,
shit.
yeah.
Oh.
I don't know how that happened. Oh?
He's
No.
on me
I'm gonna
still.
kill
Okay.
myself. I'm gonna kill myself.
What happened?
How do I want to talk about it.
Fabio, welcome in. Good morning. Lunchtime for you.
You're still alive, Snacky.
Almost
Still alive.
lunchtime. Oh my god, you must have had an early start as well. Meeting with the Japanese colleagues. Yes. Yes, we should.
Thanks. I can't. Won't let me shoot my heel. It just does it.
But Laura left before I could say I'm
Back to
sorry.
it then.
Damn.
Because I was like almost a direct cause of her death.
Aw.
You killed Laura? There
Wow, not you killing Laura.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I reset the pallet and she ran past me because she lost.
Ghostface is on me. What kind of where we healed?
And then
Okay.
Yeah.
I finished like rebuilding the pallet, so collision reforms, and she gets stuck like in front of me. It takes
going
the hit,
Trappers in Maine?
and then I failed the CJ.
Well, GG's.
How like that works.
Slugging. Because imagine
No, no.
losing a
Sorry.
person. Sorry to he is slugging. Is what I meant. Sorry, you were mid sentence.
No.
Oh, okay. Wait. Is he just leaving there?
I'm not good as
Picking hatch game. Oh, look at all the Laras running. Let's go.
Real Laura
The
gets
real
out.
Laura
Nice.
did.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
So many Lauras.
They were. Bun Bun loves you.
Bun Bun did not love us.
Just too much love, I don't know. The humping.
Perhaps, perhaps.
Yeah, that was. Okay, what are we doing next? I'm ready.
Oh, I didn't even know Laura talks. What?
Meeting since 3:30, and I thought getting up at 6 a.m. was bad.
Like one of the 4 originals?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could. Down for that.
4 originals. Ooh. Well, I will never be that, so hold on. I will never be Meg, so.
What was it? Originals? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm doing Hobo Jake, you guys, for
Like license
originals.
or trademark? Like trademark?
Dwight, Meg, Claudette, or Jake.
Oh, okay.
One of the 4 OG survivors.
Oh, no Jake lovers? Just me?
I love Jake, but I don't play him that much.
I don't even know what these outfits are.
Mag has so many options. Okay, toilet break, guys. I'll be right back.
Meg looks so mad all the time.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
Wish I could search my terms.
hard to find charms sometimes.
Technically can, you just have to search and then click charm. Like search your outfit.
Search my outfit?
So like click, like go back to your like outfit, and then you can click search there and search it, and then click your charms, and it'll stay.
I mean, there's a search box, but it's harder to like. I feel like it doesn't search by item. It's like it just searches by words that are like in it, you know.
Let me see my pink fuzzies on. Where are they? And my BBC, my big black cat. Where is it? There it is.
Come again?
You heard me. Yeah.
Excuse me?
I got my cat on. My big black one.
Sounds suspicious.
No, nothing suspicious. Just over here. Wait, do I want these paints?
At least Dwight is the original Dwight too. Like our teammates, Dwight.
Hell yeah.
Oh, good. Hell yeah, on theme. Okay.
He matches?
We've got 2 of
Wait.
each.
Yeah, we have 2 of everybody.
Oh my gosh, hi.
Hello.
Oh, hi. Oh my god, we never mentioned. With everybody.
Look at us so green too.
I know. I didn't know you were gonna go green.
Yeah, me neither.
Oni?
Oh, let me.
Oni and Nimi.
It's fun. Different.
You say different.
It's different.
It is different.
Oni is different.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like I haven't gotten a pyramid head like in a long time.
He's kind of weak in 2e.
Yeah, I guess so. I just miss him.
Oh man, I'm on escapist class. Darn it.
I saw Patrick, and thank you so much for the follow too. Stop by to remind you that you appreciate Cheshire just for being good and staying for everybody else in your community. That is so wholesome. I love that, Patrick. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
There's also a green tonic by Big Tree.
Nah, this morning has been a blessing. Oh, my camera's off. I kind of canceled on work to do this, and I'm so happy
Oh yeah, green tonic by Cowtree. Is that the one you already said?
that I did. I wouldn't want to miss this for the world.
He left.
Hi Lola, welcome in. How are you?
Miss.
Happy time zone. Good to see you. Fabio, enjoy your daily doggo treats. Thank you for the redeem. Hi MV, getting ready for bed, but wanted to stop by before heading out. I appreciate that, Lola. Thank you so much for stopping by. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. I hope you had an amazing day. Have a good night. You're welcome. I enjoy making
can't
others
just say
smile to
that,
appreciate and
Kat.
occasionally bringing them to tears from feeling appreciated or just from
can't.
laughing out of
That sounds
control.
very,
That's
very
such a good
wrong.
objective to have. Patrick, and I love that. Even though there's a lot of toxicity, you know, we look after each other
Yeah.
Plays it back.
in these communities.
He's using me as a blood bag. He keeps like running up to me
And
sucking
bringing
me.
a smile to someone's face is worth so much more than being mean, you know?
A random Dwight was just doing circles around the zombie to keep it engaged.
Lake,
Cheer
thank you for
100,
the
have
support.
some
Thank you for the
more of
100
my money.
biddies. Thank you so
Spread
much.
Lake 3 cheered 100
Have
bits.
some more of my money. Save your money.
I'm surrounded. I'm gonna be Mike real quick. I'm just
Cam's hiding in a locker.
Then Demi wasted so much time that they picked up that survivor. That's insane. Although the laughing usually backfires, I get myself instead. Laughing is good though. I love to laugh.
There's a by this tracker over here. There is a healing tunnel.
Oh, he's Oh, it was on the open.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh god.
Ooh.
Oh, we missed.
No.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
Is the zombie on your
really young.
Maybe left me. Go back to.
Oh my god, all the zombies, I'm sorry.
Let me know. Let me see. Back go down again.
I keep
my
thinking
God.
you
Oh,
need
nice, good
healing,
spin.
but it's the...
Yeah, you got that. You got that.
Nice. Let's go.
Power of friendship.
For real.
I did not have that on my own.
Beautiful sprint burst, beautiful.
Owie.
You love to laugh too until he just keeps kicking the gen. To the point my side starts to really hurt. That happens. That happens when you laugh. You shouldn't. Not too often though. Don't do that too often.
Sony's going through it with me over here.
I can hear him.
My beam is dead, y'all.
Oni. Oh shit.
Oh, I found a hook state over here by. Oh, wait, wait,
Oh, they're both coming for me.
someone might will get it though, before they do.
Ah.
You just got double?
Yeah.
In the corner.
There's a
by-
zombie coming. There's a zombie coming.
There's a green potion.
There's another one. They're always
Actually, you
everywhere.
want to get the unhook?
Yeah, I can. Or we can.
Oh my goodness.
Nemi's here though. Let me distract him at the gen. Yes, don't go for those unhooks. Nemi? Oh.
There's also still this healing state over here by this tracker.
Yeah, there was one where the unhook was as well over at the next tile.
Oh, hi.
Oh, I muted again. Hook state by Cowtree. Hook state at Cowtree. Ah, we're all
Nemi got
good.
the
There's
golden
literally 3 hooks. Why am I panicking? Your emotes are adorable. Thank you. Oh, Patrick, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the name. No, I do love my emotes. They are the best. Legs got all of them.
Oh my god.
Double loopy?
Thank you for showcasing all of the emotes.
Sit around.
Hector, there's a he just took it.
Wait, did he?
Yeah.
He didn't take it. He just kicked the gen. He left. The tonic's still there. I'm.
Sorry, there's that zombie. She's trying to get up. He's trying to get up and open our business.
I'm the last gen in the tunnel.
Must see if I can still go to. What's that?
Hey.
Let's see if I can still go over to.
You should be able to go.
Swing.
I'm not vaccinated.
I was kind of hoping I could still get the corner check here. At least we're wasting time. It's first hook.
It's coming.
Minion.
It's coming.
No.
The fact that none of these gens on this side of the map got done is crazy. They've kicked them so many times.
Here, Oni.
Is it anyone
Yeah,
by
that's
Laura?
I think we can get this if we just keep like hitting the gen.
Well, a couple people are, but yeah, the gen's over here too, so it's pretty chaotic here.
I'm on another gen in the other corner.
I'll get you, Laura. Hello.
No, bad idea.
I
Good
can
idea.
probably get this gen done if you guys.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Good job. No, I don't get this gen. I'm
have
sticking
another
it.
one over
I'm
there.
sticking it. Get that one.
Let's go.
I'm opening gate by that hook.
Let's, watch out for that zombie. Over here. Enemy's coming.
You swear you've met some of the sweetest people in the LGBT community? 100%.
Money's on me. I don't know if I make it out of here.
At least streamer-wise, now the people I've bumped into solely through playing console can occasionally be nice. Most of the time very trolling and just genuinely rude. That's unlucky.
Oh, was that
Phoenix,
a
enjoy your
humble
daily
ground
doggo
as
treat and
well?
thanks for hanging out this morning. I appreciate it. Shit,
Oh,
Laura
wow.
died.
Put it out.
Are any doors open?
One is getting opened now.
Okay, so the one where y'all are healing by?
Yes.
Yeah.
Make sure your doors open too.
Okay.
We take it.
I'm trying to go.
I'm coming.
Yeah, I'm coming from like the side. Okay.
Nemi's here now.
Okay. Ooh. Okay, I'm here.
Okay, head count. Do we have everyone?
There's 5 at this gate.
I'm at the door. 3 of them.
We're all at gate.
Everyone's good?
Yeah.
We're all good.
Alright.
Alright.
Okay, let's
Nice.
go.
That was such a clutch save. Who got that one? Who was the jig?
That would be me.
Nice. That was great.
Thanks for
I thought
being
it was gone
entertaining.
for sure.
Nah.
Ooh.
That's a
Really,
huge
really
compliment,
okay.
Phoenix. Oh, I have to spend my
Okay.
points. I'm at 5 mil finally. Let's go.
What's that?
Let's find out what the new theme is for the next
Nah, just
game.
put down.
Officially, we have, I think, for time for 2 more games, but let's see how this unfolds. Let's see what everyone's gonna do. I mean, it's all gonna be nighttime for them.
You are my lucky star.
And we got... Nine bloody party streamers. Let's go. This is
Alright, you guys wanna
exactly
do
what we like to
main
see.
things?
Yeah, mains.
Yeah,
we
I'm down.
Four more blood points. Oh, Laura, I saw you put in the Discord. You had somebody. Did you want them to join us for the last
Oh
two?
no, I think he actually went to bed, so it's all good.
Oh.
It's all good.
Okay.
Situation Dario Daddy Doggo
Sorry, I saw that
treats.
really
Thank you for the
late.
redeem.
Oh no, that's all right. I didn't know what
Oh,
the
it is-
rules were either, so I don't want to be like all, you know, weird
Oh,
about
this
it.
Yeah, if
Funko
we all
wanna
agree, we're fine
join.
with it.
Oh yeah, I know. Funko's great. Yeah.
Love Funko. BBD
Yes.
goat.
Next time. Next time.
Hi Drifty, welcome in. Go get tab. Dutch Bestie, have some awesome stream. And to your friends as well. Thank you, Drifty. I appreciate you. Thanks for keeping me tabbed. I hope you have a wonderful day. I don't think it's time for bed for you yet. That Australia time. All right.
Hello.
All right.
Hello.
Hello, princess.
Well.
Oh god.
I'm alone.
Owen
would've-
and someone.
Wait, I have a key for this.
Spirit.
I can open it.
Only spirit?
Yeah.
You want the grabber combo?
Oh, it's a key. Yeah.
Aw, Kevin Bonnie.
No Huntress today. Do you guys not get
Yeah,
Huntress a lot? I had so many yesterday on EU.
Yeah, I haven't seen her a ton. Like, I get her occasionally, more than Pyramid Head, but yeah, I've been
Okay,
getting
I'm
lots
sorry.
of Nemi and Wesker, pretty much.
He's sucking.
Oh, Jesus. She scared me, sorry. Oh, hello. Running for my life. Don't mind me.
Precision. Or actually, precision now.
Honestly, if she was facing me, I think I could have had that save. Unlucky.
Healing tonic in this tile if you want it.
You want to play Huntress 2v8? You've got another week now, like.
By the skeleton as well.
Yeah, they're safe.
Hello.
Spirit might be like snow over there.
I got a cool box. I haven't seen any green tonics though.
Me either.
Wow.
Yes. No? What do you guys argue? What are you guys arguing about?
No, not he.
Hee. Oh, I get it. No, I get it.
Nice.
Let's go. I got a little taken aback that he was facing me. I was like, oh, that's
Yeah,
gonna
but
hit
he
so early. Like, why did you just pick up like that? There was a wall right there.
He set it up for you.
Oh, over here.
Perfect.
Sorry. Oh, okay.
No prompt. No prompt. No.
Sorry, it's my first hook. It's my first hook.
Okay, thank God.
It's all good.
Yeah, I'm locked in. What?
What do you mean
I'm
lock
gonna
in?
crawl this pallet. Hopefully it runs out of its
Lock in.
power.
No.
I'm on a pallet, I'm on a pallet, I'm on a pallet. Oh, no one's around me.
Oh no.
Just peeking into that to see what it was.
Oh, he learns us.
Thanks for the snacks. I needed those.
Spirit going towards the healers.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, I'm dead. This hooks over here.
I got one.
Heal's ready.
is she looking for?
Oh, 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 oh.
Oh! Well, she is all over the place.
Oh, there she
Oh,
okay.
there she is. Oh no.
I was so confused by her.
Yeah, I was too.
I can't save that!
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's very confused.
Hey.
Easiest save of my life. Let's go.
There's a skeleton key here.
It's back on me. Yeah, she wants me.
Nope, he goes after you, Snacky. I took a hit, but
See if I can distract her here. All the scratch marks. No, she's still at shack.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm gonna try and distract again.
She's leaving again?
Yeah, she's last one.
I have it. The yellow gen has started. I haven't kicked it.
Let me please leave me the hell.
Yeah, he's with me. Oh, he's out of power. That is so lucky. Holy swing.
Whoa! Flew through there. Good, I got out.
You got out.
Oh, I kind of thought you were the one who's like on the gender.
Wow, you don't even know. Wow, you don't even know me. Wow.
Oh. Oh, shut up.
Good teamwork.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Yeah.
He's at my door. Oh, that's so unlucky. This door is open.
Wow.
Two doors open. Hector should be good. He's in a gate. Yeah. Let's go. Thank you guys.
They can go in the gate behind us.
Yeah. Amazing. Spirits at the gate. GG's.
Nicely done.
I can't believe we got out.
I know.
Yeah, we got out.
Some of those were very tight escapes.
So wild.
You guys got out first. That's good.
My goodness. That's nerve-wracking.
What's our theme?
Does everyone have ace or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
course I have these.
Should all be A's.
Bling.
Wait, what happened? Where's that like outfit? Okay, yeah, that one.
I can go tiger suit.
Oh, you like my outfits, Liz?
Yeah, it's great.
I fucking love the mustache.
Where's that? Oh, where the fucking like shorts like part of a rip?
Let's see.
Is that why I can't find them? Because, yeah, I want to look like. Oh wait, ooh, oh, I have it. Yes, yes,
Purchased.
Are we doing, sorry, specific, are we doing like we're doing the shorts, yeah? Or the, whatever you'd call this?
I got them for Eerie Shards just now.
Beautiful.
Hmm.
Let me see if I can.
The face, bro. His face.
His face cracks me up.
No, it's the way that I'm like purchasing stuff for Ace right now.
I know.
I feel like this is giving like.
That's so gross. That's disgusting. Why is he like that? Is he
Are you?
okay?
Why are you so much of an Ace hater?
I've been through things.
I love like that. I look like. Oh, you have the. Give the head.
These pens are criminal. Everybody's wearing them. I didn't want to get them back in the day. I didn't want to spend money on them. And I haven't played Ace, but now I was like, yeah, I'm gonna have to get it.
Makes more sense.
You can get them on shards, Fabio. You should have shards. It was 7,000.
There we go.
That's my champagne bottle. I need the champagne and the cups.
No, you're gonna have to get them, Fabio. You will have to get them. Everybody's wearing this when they're playing Ace.
We're so cute. Look at us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
don't forget to be interested in
Okay.
or like change your perks.
Yeah, I should check my stuff. Okay, it's all good.
It's poor Leon.
Oh, you meant IRL? Not gonna look so funny when it's actually on camera with the.
Hi.
I mean, the leopard shirt would work. It's not as spicy, but you can 100% just get a leopard, a nice leopard shirt. Oh, they're gonna leave. They're gonna get scared.
Where is?
Oh.
A what couch?
I don't have him.
Oh, they don't have Ace.
Good.
Not good.
Be yourself, King.
You do you.
Ace
Bobo.
hate is crazy.
It's so funny. Whoever picked this, I love this. We should have, we should have been this all night.
I'm gonna
Just
put
one
one
more
under
face.
Ace, and I'm just gonna send Cam daily updates of my progress.
This is the peer pressure that my mom warned me about.
Oh yeah, look, I got the shot glass with it. We're in for a good time.
Do you think Ace is a bit small?
Oh my god!
I don't think you can really see.
Yes. 100%.
Did I jinx this? Did I jinx this? Yeah, it's me. It's my fault. I should never have said anything.
Hello, princess.
Oh, that's my bad. Yep, no, that's definitely my bad. Oh, Chucky,
Okay, I'm bringing
Chucky?
Chucky up here. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Bye, Chucky. Hi, Chucky.
My bad.
Bye, Chucky. Oh, Hunter's here too. Oh no. Wait, yeah, too.
There's a health state.
Is someone by
It makes a small you despair.
Sorry, Ace, I got you.
We've got this going on.
Sorry, Ace.
Appreciate Ace.
No problem, Ace. Anytime for a fellow Ace in arms, you know?
I feel like his couch is crusty.
Appreciate it.
Oh, for sure. Oh my gosh, Leon. Hi.
Oh.
Oh, we were so close on Gallows.
Watch.
Chucky doesn't know. I screamed Chucky on this map 1,700 times for our tourney on Saturday. He's not catching me here. He didn't know, guys. He didn't know.
Almost so close.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, what?
Worth it. The way I saw that he was there, I was there, little footstep, and I was like, nah, maybe we should take the gen. You were saying, in chase, Fabio! In stealth on a gen, I have no chance.
Gallows and this gen are both.
I'll clip it for you. I'll put it on TikTok. It's funny.
What are you sticking at, Jen?
Hello.
How's the gen spread looking?
For me, they're all on one side of the map. There's a hook state. Right here.
Okay, I'm gonna maybe leave Gallows for now.
I'm gonna take this so they don't take it. Oh no, Celeste. Skip to Celeste. I just want the killers to take it.
I'm Celeste by Shag.
It's behind the like little two-story house.
Oh, yeah, W. Hit me.
What?
That hit me, but like I already like.
Yeah, Chucky's bugged on 2v8.
Oh, is he?
No.
What?
He hit me, but like I was already on the other side. Like I like that makes no sense.
Yeah, I hate this game. I'm on a stall. So.
Sing.
Sorry, my whole PC.
Who is this?
What do you think?
Oh, like the dog. Who do you think?
My cootie you stink.
I'm surprised we haven't been dying together all the time.
I know.
We're just such a good team.
Escape from all the way to the other corner.
Jen over here? Put a beacon up. It's like really close.
See it.
I'm going.
Oh, yeah, Huntress. I'll go to
W beacon.
Gallows still had progress, but might have been mistakes now.
Yeah, it barely has any progress on it right now.
Gotta go. Ain't no way. No, get away. Ed Sheeran, no.
Yeah, we can't just call him that.
No, it's Ed Sheeran. I'm not the shape of you. Go away.
Someone by Laura. The double hooks.
I think anyone's super close.
heading my way to the
I got my resting heart rate is 6-7.
Big 7.
6-7.
8-11.
I haven't seen Chucky once this entire game.
And I'll mark
Wow,
beam
must
of
be
light.
nice.
Yeah, I got one.
Oh, there's Chucky.
I just said something about it.
No, literally. I'm back here. Dude, his hits are so delayed for me.
Touching the beacon.
Same.
Hey, Huntress.
I just.
What is Huntress doing?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You
reloading,
see.
okay.
No, I'm sorry. I see that. I see.
Oh,
There's
the gate
a
by my
closed, yeah, closed gate at the hook.
Working on water slide.
Huntress heading to that. I'll check this.
Sorry, water tower is about to be open.
Oh, that was it.
I'll open this other one in the main opposite side of water tower.
W.
Go Ace. Go Ace.
I didn't actually mean
Oh, get out, get out, get out.
W.
Let's go.
Protect me, I protect you.
GG's.
Nice.
Let's go.
Hey.
Hell yeah.
Gamers, we're gonna run a quick ad break. We're gonna run it right now before we go into the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. We'll be right back. I apologize for the ads. Please bear with. We'll be right back.
Who do I watch? All.
Whose stream is better?
That's crazy.
Not behind.
That's crazy.
That's the entire TTV lobby.
Oh,
I
they were
know,
TTV
right?
too. Penny girl.
Yeah.
Funny.
Do we have time for more games? Where are we at? How's everybody feeling?
Yeah. I'm feeling
I
good.
can do one more.
Getting hungry.
I'm getting sleepy.
What's our
But one more. LG.
What's the last theme though?
So, we haven't done the Superior holiday, which is Halloween.
Oh, good point.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Halloween.
What's more Halloween? The Little Red or? Yeah.
I'm gonna take a quick restroom break.
Who's got a good Halloween fit, guys, that we have? I don't know. Who's got an insane Halloween outfit? It's just a frosty shit, right? We don't really have... Or shirts? Like the skeletons? Spooky Haiti. They picked Sable, Dwight Yoichi, Michaela Yunjin. Hi Scott Stapes, welcome in. I'm good, thanks. How are you? I'm having a lot of fun this morning. We had a surprise extra stream here on this Tuesday to join this collab, which has been a lot of fun. I think we're on LG. We're doing Halloween fits. We are vibing. How are you? How is your day going? Happy time zone. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Welcome in.
Scott's Tapes followed your channel.
I don't know about Halloween other than icy fits, skeleton fits. I'll play Haiti. Why not? Wait, hold on, one check. Do we have anything? Oh, I should have done this for the masks. Do I even own this? Probably not. Okay, you play Haiti. Hold on. Okay, this is Halloween, right? Good enough. I have a skeleton on my shirt. I'm ready. Oh, toilet paper Dwight. What a good shout.
Alright, we're locked in for LG.
We look ready.
We do.
Oh,
Ooh,
first
look at that.
Dracula.
Wait.
Oh, I'm not happy about that. But okay.
Oh my.
Oh my god, I can't wait to get slugged.
Right.
Is
hump
he's gonna let
that
me
dog.
boop? Hold on, wait.
Excellent.
lets me boop.
Excellent.
He's letting me boop.
Wait, where's he at?
He
Wait,
is! At a gas
Wait.
station!
Oh, I see him. On my way, wait. Oh, he's an angry boy. Spicy boy.
He's at that.
He gives nutters.
Can I boop? Can I boop?
Oh, it's a ghosty. Didn't know he was behind me. Nice.
Did you?
Oh no.
Let's go! He bites!
He let me boop?
Oh.
Oh.
I mean, he can't be friends with everyone, guys. It has to.
Wait, is he waiting?
Oh.
Fuck. Ghostface exposed me as I was
Hold on over there.
trying to go save you.
Personality. Oh, okay. No, I get
Ghost.
it.
Oh, ghost.
Oh, okay.
Adios!
Oh, the way we both tried to get that. Nah, he really did.
Oh, don't worry, I'm
audio
coming. I'm
bug.
coming. Here I am.
So 4 cased and 2 injured is not a great sign.
We'll bring it back.
Alright.
It's winnable.
Winnable.
Okay. It's alright.
Hello. Oh, what are you?
Let me see if this is a flashlight.
Go
for you.
see.
It's not a good one, but
Oh, it's open.
Ghosty, no.
They're both at shack
Sorry,
area.
I didn't see that. I didn't see you on the hook, my bad.
Why do you come to me, Ghosty?
You guys didn't tell me it was the hot Dracula.
Which one's the hot Dracula?
there's a hot Dracula?
No, he's used the true form. No.
Oh, the naked one? Yeah.
Got all his eyeballs everywhere. You know. The hot one.
Yeah, better to see you with, my dear.
Exactly.
All Draculas are hot.
Oh, that is true. No, they're all hot, honestly.
Wait, I'm not moving.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sandbag you.
That's
Or
okay.
any... I'm sorry.
I'm not moving.
Kim?
No fucking way, dude.
No.
No way.
I had so much faith.
It's the way that I sandbagged you guys. I did not mean to. I'm so
You killed
sorry.
her.
I didn't. What do you mean I
You
killed
did
you? I didn't mean. No. We gotta go. We gotta get other teammates.
Yep.
He's heading back to
Oh. Tree tech, hold on.
No.
Oh my god, no way.
Let me get over there.
Oh my god.
Redeemed myself. Yay.
I couldn't have my hand on my controller, that scared me.
At what cost?
He can bounce so many times.
Ghosty's
Oh,
leaving
not
me.
on the pallet.
I redeemed myself again.
Oh my god.
Projection?
I've gone crazy.
I think Drekka's coming this way. This door, Yuichi. Oh.
Okay, okay. I'll go.
Keep like Shaq. Come on.
Okay, I'll try to take him away.
Oh, there's a hook stay right here.
I'm going back to that gate. Where you are, Lara?
Oh, he's gonna.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Oh my god, again.
Okay, he's coming back to you at that door.
Okay, the door's ready. Yeah, he's Dracula's with me, where Laura kind of went down. I have to go.
I got there too late. Yeah.
That's all good.
I have two on me.
Alright, we're good.
Laura and the random are the gate. Oh no. Okay, okay, hooking.
Okay, okay. I'll get healed and then come back in.
Dracula's on our gate.
Oh shoot. Oh, no.
Tinky,
Got
no.
pushed out.
Thought I'm hitting me on hook. Stop that.
Wait, goes to
Hit.
Caesar. Wouldn't you just teleport?
I teleported to the other gate next to the
Oh.
bus, and, next to Killer Shack.
Could probably see if it does.
But he just closed hatch, so he's next to me. And he's right next to me. He's proxy camping.
Naki wins this. Naki gets this.
No. No. You're so brave.
If we die, we
Well, I mean,
Of course,
you did.
now you get moved.
Insane.
Yeah, that's weird.
I made a whole TikTok about me and Celeste dying together, so very fitting.
Sorry, y'all. That was my LG.
Same. Oh,
So much fun. I had a great time. What time is it?
It's 205.
Oh.
6-7.
6-7.
Like 2 o'clock for me, but it's late.
Yeah, thank y'all for the games.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
It was fun.
GG's. Good to meet
Hi, girls. Nice to meet all
three
of
new
you.
people.
Yes.
Nice to meet y'all. Have a good night, y'all.
Have a good night.
Good day, have a good
Bye.
day. Bye.
Bye.
Is this a group? Is this
I
who's all
can keep
playing?
going, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
gonna keep going. I gotta eat soon.
Alright.
But
I'm actually gonna grab a drink before I go again.
Oh, I gotta change.
oh, you don't want to match.
What? I mean, do you still want to match? Technically, like you're Sable and I'm Michaela, and this fits perfectly.
Yeah, you want to stay as Michaela.
Ah, I can.
I want to put this
Yeah, me
on.
too.
I never even wear it anymore.
Okay, gamers have decided I'm gonna go for another hour before I have to walk the dog, and it looks like these gamers are still going as well.
Let me
So
see.
we'll be live here for a little bit longer.
Oh wow, I just added the charms. I don't know what outfit. She had a lot of outfits. I don't think she does.
Yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out this early morning stream. It's been an absolute pleasure. Um,
I don't know if it's from where I already knew, like, 3 of you, but this one was a lot less overstimulating than the last one.
Why do you say that?
I don't know, like the one that I did, on like the 10th, like the first day, was just overstimulated compared to this one.
I feel like the comms were very like clear and calm, and nobody was like yelling while they were in chase while other people were doing other things or something, which made it like a really calm experience, I think, for me anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, like I already knew Kat and Cam, and I've known Bree for pretty much as long as I've been streaming, so that helped. But yeah, I wasn't overstimulated at all.
Yeah, and everyone was pretty nice.
Games were also very like came very naturally, like it worked out. Like I don't think nobody went second. We all try to like go for saves, help each other, take hits, do gens. Kind of as a group, it worked really well, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, we worked really well as a group.
Hi Rebel, welcome in.
Also just got along too.
How is your Tuesday going?
Trying to overtalk one another.
It's going really well. We did this early morning collab with new friends. We were 7 streamers all live working together on 2v8, and some of them have gone to bed because they were all NA, so it was like 2 a.m., 5 a.m. for some of them. Some of the gamers are gonna keep going, so we're gonna play another. I'm gonna play another under an hour or so, until I have to walk the dog. So that's what we're gonna do. I need to check my calendar real quick. I didn't miss anything, did I? No, I have an appointment at 4.
Spirit.
Green tonic and Shack. You're right, busy job hunting? Good. Also, I got my Airbnb reserved for 21st May. Wonderful. Excellent. Good job. That's exciting. I'm glad you don't have to cancel the festival. That's great news.
Oh, it's Naughty Bear.
I still have the ticket with me and it will continue with the installment payment, so it won't be the refund at the end. Good! I mean, Shaq's getting trapped the fuck up, right?
Me, thank you.
I did not think that was an angle. I'm so happy that worked.
No, did good.
And the trains are good. Good, good, good. Perfect, perfect. It's all coming together. Well, good job on being patient and staying, like, motivated to make it work, Rebel. That's really impressive.
I really wasted that.
You really did. Yeah.
There's a trap there, look out.
Oh, really? I hadn't noticed.
Good thumbs, good thumbs.
No, don't.
Who let the dogs out?
Beworry TV followed your channel.
Beworry TV, welcome in. Nice to meet you. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you so much for stopping by. Happy time zone. Because I didn't think it was going to happen and thought about canceling, but it ended up working out. Yes. Now I just need a plane ticket. Good. I mean, that's going to be easy. What's up? And you're welcome. Oh, it's all good. We're having a great collab here this morning with our streamer friends. We had 7 streamers play 2v8 together for 4 hours, and some people hopped off because it was late for them. I was the only European player, so it's morning for me. I'm gonna go for another hour, then I'm gonna walk the dog and have lunch, and then start my afternoon. But for the others, it was bedtime, like 2 a.m., 5 a.m. We do have 3 players still playing with us. Their Twitch profiles are linked in the channel if anyone wants to go and show some love to our new friends. Drop a follow. It's been such a great time getting to know everyone, and the games have been really good this morning. Like, such good teamwork. I'm really impressed. It's been a really good day. Wish I could, but I gotta head to work too. And it's a 5-minute warning for you as well. Oh my god, I appreciate you coming to say hi before work.
Ooh.
I do hope you have a quick shift and a good shift later. Oh my god, that scared me. Well, she can see me. She's not picking this.
She knows you're there.
CJ Tech, I saw that. Good efforts. Does that hit? No, that's way too late. He's blind though. Let's pick up though. Nice.
We're gonna pretend like whatever happened that I failed at didn't happen.
Yeah, that is.
10-hour shift. Oh my god, you've got this though. Do you have a chance to like watch? I mean, when I have a long shift, long event days, I do get an opportunity to watch like streams in between or like go say hi. Well, either way, I hope it's a good one, and I appreciate you stopping by before work. She didn't see me. No, she totally did. I didn't see her. I thought she wasn't there. Nah, he has 2 pallets. I should go do a
Do you
gym.
want to heal his teammate?
I don't have any heals yet. Right here.
This is nasty work. All day? I mean, good. You got good company then. I got scared for a second.
Oh yeah, heals. Almost.
Hi Don, good morning, good to see you. How are you today?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, if that would grab the gate. No.
I was wondering the same, but we didn't have to wait and find out.
I kind of want to find out.
I think you're safe.
Yeah. Let me see.
Yes, you're fine. Good check, good check. What's he gonna? Oh, I thought he was gonna step in it. That would have been funny, but he knew. He knew exactly what was happening. Bam. I'm great, thank you. It was a really early morning start to get this collab going, but it's been so much fun. We have 3 streamers left that we're gaming with. I'm going for another hour. I mean 45 minutes by now, but before I go walk the dog and get some lunch. But it's been a really good stream so far. I appreciate you stopping by. I had a lot of fun games with you yesterday, Dawn. It was so good. Did anyone hear from Tess?
He just...
Or no?
Yeah, he literally walked up on me.
What the
Okay.
hell?
Okay. What is he doing? No, but why is he just trying to smack?
The BT. The
10,
BT.
170.
I fumbled too much? What do you mean? Loftus literally texted me and said, he's not bad at this game at all. He's not bad at all. And we were literally just there practicing comms. No news from Tess? Unbelievable. Well, I'm just gonna have to let it go.
die.
No way, no way.
W. Thank you for the 7 stream streak, Dawn.
It's a-
No way.
There's somebody behind us that needs to be healed.
Oof.
GG's. Did we get everyone out?
Someone is on hook.
That's that girl.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Trying to get other teammate out.
Yeah, that was really well played to go back to get that pun, help that pun.
Yeah, they were.
GG's.
sad. I felt bad.
Mm. GG, GG. Let's go. I'm also starting to get a little hungry. It's almost noon here. It's lunchtime. Alright, let's go. I can't get enough of this 2v8 flashbang saving. Wesker.
Oh my god, it's Poppy? Yes, yes. The more that you accept that he is, the more, yes, he is. Mother.
No, nurse is mommy.
Yeah, mama, mother.
That's right.
Oh.
Oh, they're gonna double team this now? No.
It's gonna bring you on it, but good luck when I'm trying to tell you where it's at.
On this map? How do you call something out? Except if it's main.
It's somewhat by an except gate.
And as mommy, mommy. You're not wrong.
Oh, I found another one.
No, he's upset about the whole thing. It didn't even blind him.
What the?
He's just being funny. I don't think he.
Okay.
Who's being funny?
Good morning, Celie. How are you? Welcome in.
I was being hee hee haha.
Yeah, Bingy's being hee hee haha.
Okay, I want to be hee hee haha with Bingy.
Bingy haha.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Lucy. Good morning. How are you? Welcome in. Thanks for games last night. I had a lot of fun. I appreciate you joining in. That was a good one.
That's Wesker. He's evil. He's evil. No, you're evil.
Wesker!
No, you're evil.
Wesker, you can't just choke everybody you see. Hi.
Have me on the second monitor while doing some stuff? Thank you, Don. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate your support for the channel. Thanks for hanging out.
Oh, Bingy is being kind of cute. He has a personality.
He's cute.
Thank you for inviting me, 100%. It was Dawn actually that said that, or suggested, like, shall I ask Lucy to join? And we were like, yes. Doing good? Wonderful, I'm glad to hear. Sorry doing collab. Yes, had to take a look. Be eating and lurking? Alright, thank you, Lucy. Yeah. We started this morning, 4 hours ago, with 7 streamers. We played for 4 hours together, 2v8 with one random 7 streamers. It was so much fun. And everyone was NA, so most of them have gone to bed. We're still a little group here of 4 streamers. Playing some 2v8. I'm playing until lunch, so I'll be walking the dog. Oh, great. He's not really doing anything. Not Wraith, just standing there watching it happen. He really doesn't care at this point. He's just like happy to be here, the little fella. The little fella. I guessed that there would be a room in there with the pellets. That did not happen. There was nothing there. Sad times. Nice save, thank you, Glenn. It was the first pellet save of the day, I think. I'm struggling with the ping. The flashbang saves have been on fire though, and a few beam saves too.
What is Binky doing? Binky.
Just beat.
Oh, now he wants to join in on the fun. Okay, no, I get it.
Hi. Binky. Bing bing.
Honestly, for being on ping, it's not been bad games at all. It's not been bad at all.
You spike me?
Well, I have 3 people. I have 3 people in the gate.
Oh, I can't get out. Wait. Okay.
Oh, you're out. Okay, let's go. Everybody else at the gates? Yes, wonderful. You're downloading Spider-Man 2? Did you get that gifted? It was about time. It's a huge file game? You keep them externally though, don't you? You did? Jess gifted it to you in November. I was gonna say, I heard you talk about Spider-Man 2 a long time ago. Let me eat a cookie, I've earned it. Such a good game. Have you played it, Fabio? Spider-Man 2.
Ew. Anybody want to go to the urinal with me and pee?
Maybe Billy?
Yeah, I'm into it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we get to pee. I'm peeing.
Oh, I was muted. Yeah, I'm coming to pee.
Okay.
Yeah, what do you pee?
Yeah, I'm holding it. I'm sorry.
I'm bringing me with me, but
Oh. Well, Oni will have to see that we're peeing right now.
Maybe you can save one for him. Save a spot for him.
yeah, Oni's definitely coming.
Want to poop in the yard? Pooping. You know, you can go too.
You could go too. Here you go. There you go. Go ahead.
Taken. Hello, sir. This is Taken. This is Root. Yes!
Good job.
It's so funny. I love killers. Oh, maybe he wants a snack. Hold on. Who's this?
No, not Lama.
Who are you?
You are, yeah.
Oh, hi, snack. I was thinking they can get a pizza, a hot dog, and a soda for $2.
Ooh, that's a good deal.
Hi.
I work here too.
Does he want a snack?
He wants popcorn.
Okay.
Grab popcorn. Sure.
Let me go stand in line.
Ready to check out?
Go.
Oh, do you want
Wow. How does they get hit through the other two? Can I have a drink, please? I'm bleeding here.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
That's rude.
Nah, I think he's upset I took his place in the queue.
Don't just take it. Sir.
Can't just chainsaw your
Oh,
customers,
he
man.
wants to work. Yeah, he wants to work. Stop.
You cannot hit people.
He needs to stop doing that. You guys are gonna get sued over there.
Oh no!
You can't just do those things.
I forget that every time I join in the funnies, I just die. hiccups. Hold on.
What?
No, that's illegal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know that you can get prosecuted for that.
It's a felony.
Yeah, it's a felony.
The felony department.
Yeah, it's a $250 crime. I'm sorry. 250.
250. More like poofity. I'm just playing the arcade here. Like, there's just like a random arcade machine out in the open.
Oh yeah, there's one by Shaq too.
Yeah, I'm gonna just play it. Kind of in the middle. It's different parts.
Timothy.
Oh, he's playing it too. Good job, Billy. Good job. Billy, no! Billy, no!
Get a high score. Billy, come here. Let's go on a date together. Okay, we're gonna go see a movie.
Oh, I wanna. Wait, I'm gonna take Oni on a date. Oni, come here. Oni, come here. No, Oni, come
What?
here. Oni, come on. Come here.
Come on. We're gonna watch a movie.
Movie.
Prices is $10 and combo is 20.
It's Stefan.
Please no.
Oh.
Please no. No.
Oh.
He's supposed to be our date.
I stole him.
Oh wow, you stole my date. That's crazy.
Yes, dude. Oh, he likes to sit in the front. Love that. I don't like that. So you look up at the screen and it's all distorted.
Or your neck hurts because you're looking up at it.
Yeah, I did. I've done it once, like years and years ago. I would never do that again.
It's such a bad experience if you have to sit in the front row.
It's horrible.
Billy,
Sir, that's
you
not
like
very
popcorn?
nice.
You want
Just do
popcorn?
that. No. He's killing us. He's sucking us out one by one.
You can't just say that.
I'm sorry.
That's crazy.
Stuck in a
Billy. Billy, that's a foul.
Bill, you can get kicked out of the movie theater for that.
Billy. You can't just suck people out.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I haven't done shit this whole game. And they're
No. I'm just.
We've been distracting the killer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's
Both of
that's
them.
it. I
That's
thought,
true.
I thought we were vibing.
Do you think Bro's gonna tell me suck?
He's
He might come.
busy with the Nia at Shack. That sounds very wrong.
He don't. Oh. Okay, you can. He's sucking.
He's sucking.
Such a gentleman. No, please don't. No, please don't. I'm scared.
Slug racing by theater.
I'm going for the envelope by the statue.
Wrong.
Oh.
Is it red light, green lights? I'm so late for the party. I'm gonna get more.
You wanna
What do you
get
think
rid
about that game?
Okay. Oh. Oh. I'm on. No. Back. Okay. Go again. I think it's over. I can do one more if y'all are down.
Yeah. Stream well into the morning. 7 a.m.
Gamers, we're gonna do a quick ad break. We're gonna run it now before we go into the
Oh.
next game. It's the last
GG's, y'all were
ad
cute. Good luck next game.
of the stream. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads.
Very
Let's stick
cute.
around for the last game. Ugh, this is such a good time.
Timothy.
All right, let's have a good one. One more game. Let's go. Scott, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem.
Ghostface is
Okay.
I think he's playing now, yeah.
Oh.
But the time you said that, he smacked me.
Nah, it was long shots. It was too far to the side. It was late. Unlucky, they're both there. I got exposed by Ghostface.
I stream snipe.
You stream sniped me?
I stream sniped you to know that you were gonna go.
That's kind of crazy. Imagine being a stream sniper.
I would never.
No, you are in Fortnite.
That's true. Only in Doom.
And Lulu's gone forever, so.
Forever?
It's just gone.
Okay, 3 gens popping.
A third about to pop.
Oh.
Damn. Perfect. He's right there. He's right there.
Wow. Back. Oh.
Sorry, that scared me.
Your heels ready?
M is in the bathroom.
There is 2 people on the gen next to me, not going, but yeah, there's no. I think just you. Yeah. Thanks.
Hello, Timothy.
Heals. Excellent. I'm just a baby. Don't hurt me. Thank you for the redeem code.
Awoogie 17
Thank you for the
followed your
follow.
channel.
Welcome in. I support you. I appreciate your support for the channel. I support your follow also. Welcome in. Happy time zone. The gate's right here. Ghostface is also here.
What if Oni comes to kill you?
Oh, I'm running into a wall. Oh no. Oh no, somebody died.
Uh-oh.
I was trying to get out so then I could see if I could help them, but no.
Somebody's like, go ahead. GG's.
Oh, they need to. Oh, okay, that's fair.
I know, we don't like Ghostface for last game.
Kept putting GS. GS. What is that? Good sleep, good sleep.
Good sleep.
Good sleep.
My game kicked me out, and I think that's my sign to go to bed.
Mm.
or at least get off of DBD.
Yeah, I'm gonna go end as well. But thanks so much for the games. It's
Thank
been
you.
nice
It's
getting to
very
know you.
fun.
Yeah.
We will all. Oh, we should definitely play again.
Yes, 100%. I'm down.
Absolutely.
All right. Have a good night, rest of your day, after rest of your stream, whatever. See you. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, that was so much fun. I'm really happy I got a chance to join for this collab. I literally canceled work to be here. That's some dedication, but it was so worth it. We're gonna go and raid out. I think Celeste's gonna keep going. Thank you so much for streaming. No, thanks everyone for the early birds coming to hang out. That was so good. Thanks everyone for the follows. Thanks for hanging out. Glad I got to meet you through Cam. Oh my god, you knew them through Cam and Cats. Can't wait to see more streams. I appreciate that. Nah, I appreciate the follows. Everyone's been so kind. It's been an absolute pleasure. We're back tomorrow. Regular stream Wednesday, right? Wednesdays 2 p.m. I was gonna do 1v4 because I'm not Eerie 1 yet. I mean, we still have time. Okay, I'm Gold 1. I'm almost Eerie 1. We might try to grind Eerie 1 on stream tomorrow. And if we have time to do 2v8 since it got extended. But let's take it from there. If anybody wants to hang out and get updates about my stream, this is the Discord. I regularly post to social media, on TikTok, I'm on YouTube. Mostly DVD clips, but we do some variety here as well. And if you want to go and copy this raid message, we're gonna go raid out. I think Celeste is still gonna be on, honestly. I can't be sure. I'm stuck in an ad. I think we're gonna go raid them anyway. We're gonna go say hi. Say thank you. So, thanks everyone for the follows. Thanks everyone for the stream streaks. Thank you for the redeems. Lake, thank you for the 100 biddies. It's been an absolute pleasure having you, chatting, chilling, lurking. Thank you so much. I will see everyone hopefully tomorrow. Oh, Taze with the stream streak as well, coming through. 60 stream streak. Taze and Lake, you guys are up here. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. I'll see you tomorrow. Have an amazing rest of your day. Take care. Bye, guys.